All right, I will call this session of the Board of Revision to order. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory in the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. With me on the panel today are Ed Salatsky and Linda McFadden, and our secretary today is Huda Aziz. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that applicants or the assessor make at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it from the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included in the Board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the matters to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the Board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the order by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. If you don't mind, please turn your phones off or put them on silent. We do not allow the use of phones during the hearing unless it is with the agreement of the chair. So, could we have the first item on our docket, which is 1108 St. James Street, and we will have swearing in. Sir, could you come up to this side of the table? And I should have introduced the assessor, Jeremy Cole. My apologies, Jeremy.
Morning. Please state your full name.
Yeah, we're right.
And you swear the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Would you like to swear in or affirm?
Sure.
Okay. Please state your full name.
Jeremy Adams.
And you swear the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Mr. Cole, when you are ready.
File number is 194933. Business assessment is 54643. We have a total annual rental value of $192,000. The assessed area is 16,280 square feet with an overall ARV of $11.79. So the breakouts are as below. We have a 4,200 square foot CRU, 10,000 square foot CRU, and 2,080 square foot CRU. Comparables are on the next page. For the two smaller CRUs, we have an OFS rent in and around the area. The average is $12.27, with a median of 12. For the warehouse area, the largest CRU, the 10,000 square foot CRU, we have an average median, our average of $7.27 and a median of 7. So we get back to the front page. We have $13.65 and $13.27 for the two OFS bases and $6.88 for the warehouse space. So if you look at the photos of the property, it's on page 3. It's on 8402 Sargent and St. James. In 2017, you can see the exterior photo as it was. There's a renovation that occurred to the property. It was the marble tile limited. It is now they're owner occupied. Pictures are as follows. So that's why we have a little bit bigger or a little higher rent than the average. It's called more than average, simply because it was renovated. It's a new space. We'd expect to get a little bit higher than The overall rent that we have on the property is $9.44 for the 16,280 square feet. The occupancy costs are $38,258 for a total annual rental value of $192,000. So that's my mobile conditions.
Do you have some questions for the assessor on the information that he's presented? You'll have a chance in a moment to present your own information.
Yeah, then no.
It's okay, like, I mean, he's not an agent, he is first time here.
Yeah,
So
I'm very
feel free, we can
greenhorn
speak
at
at a
this,
turn
I
if you want.
apologize.
Is there-
I just came here with what I know and what I know to be factual, and,
Okay.
and that's all I was gonna present.
That will be fine. And then we may have some questions for the assessor as well.
Absolutely.
And then we'll turn to you for your information. Mr. Swatsky.
More questions?
Ms. McFadden?
This is all model.
Yeah.
Yeah. And have you actually, there's been an inspection done since the,
There was an inspector out there, I was gonna question the appellant on a few things, regarding the area, just to confirm the areas, but I haven't been in the property, what the city had.
thank you, that's all my question.
The three IDs, did you say the last one was the
No, the
warehouse?
10,000 square foot area.
The 10,000.
The one that's getting 688. That's why there's two rent comparisons on the following page.
Right.
One's for the storefront, and one's for the warehouse.
The 4,200 square foot area is what?
It's, showroom, where we have it recorded as showroom.
Showroom. And then the 2,000
That would have been at the front of the warehouse.
front of the warehouse, oh, all right.
I'll have some questions on that too, I just want to
Sure.
confirm the area.
Yep, okay. That's all my questions. Could we have your information, please?
Okay, so I brought the drawings from M&P. I don't know if you guys would like them.
Certainly, if you'd like to provide that.
Actually, I have that sticky note, sorry. The space that, yeah, I just have the
No
one,
worries.
sorry, I brought the
So just
full-on set for the city. I have the fire department, I gave them the same. Okay, but Western Marble actually only occupies 14,858 square feet.
Sorry, can you say that again?
14,858 square feet. With about 12,000 of it being warehouse space. It's in that, I believe, the third page of that drawing set. And it has the actual final layout, I think it was the third page.
Yeah.
Can I, sorry, is there one more copy?
No, and I apologize,
That's okay.
that was very silly of me. I
No,
should
that's
have
okay.
made
Give
multiple.
it to the,
Yeah.
yeah.
Maybe,
There you
you
go,
want to
Tim.
take a look at it first then?
The drawings on the third page.
I think there's also a larger one, maybe a couple more pages in. Again, sorry for that.
All I have to go from is the inspector's notes.
You know what, that's pretty accurate though.
So
Like,
I
just looking from the shapes, that's all I'm looking at is the
Can
shapes.
I see the third page one?
And there's also what I should,
Yeah.
I don't know, that's,
Okay.
never mind.
Thanks.
There you go.
Continue, I can read through it.
Okay, fantastic. So, yeah, Western doesn't occupy nearly 17,000 square feet, but 14,858. Yes, I'm owner occupied, but I pay $9,000 a month. Triple net, so it's all I pay. Brings us to $102,000 a year, $108,000 yearly. My water bill, we've only been in since June, so our bills are not really, we can't even have an average yet, if that makes any sense. We haven't gone through a full season or a full cyclical year. But on that, I'm at an average of 5 on hydro, so electricity and gas, $586.57 a month. My water bills are $225.27 per quarter.
Sorry, you mind repeating that?
Sorry.
How much?
The water,
Yeah.
225.27 per quarter. manufacturing in the space. Manufacturing is done at our other building on Yukon, about a block away. Yes, I do own 1108 under a different company, so it is owner occupied. For the majority, the major tenant is Western Mark. There's 3 other tenants. So the total yearly cost, while I appreciate the city's assessment at $192,000, we are nowhere near. We're at $115,939.92 based on the water and hydro bills from June till current.
115.
$115,939.92. It's a pretty drastic difference.
Any other information?
No, sir.
Okay.
Unless you need something, I have.
Yep.
Mr. Cole, questions?
Yeah. First, you have 3 other tenants. I'm just looking at your page here.
Yes, sir.
Salad Master, MPS.
Yes.
And who's in the back?
It's, I have an offer to lease as of yesterday. It's a church. Yeah, that's all I really know as of right now. It's
Okay.
an international worship center, I believe.
No problem. What are the lease rates you have for Salad Master?
Oh my goodness, they've been there a while. 14 square foot.
$14, triple net?
Yes, and then MTS is much lower. Again, without having the paperwork in front of me, 9, 8, 9, 10 square foot. They're only 1,300 square feet, and their monthly checks get directly deposited, so I just don't know what they are. I apologize.
No, that's okay. And the church?
They have not.
No sign.
I haven't signed. I've
Similar.
received a letter of offer on Saturday.
Similar to the other 2?
Yeah, I think they're in the 18 range, actually. Because we've put extensive renovations into the building, we've had to increase rents. Significant investment to that corner.
Getting back to what I have here, we have, I believe you handled this, you get a realty deal, correct, with the center?
Yeah, yeah.
So she gave me some familiarity with the property, with as far as an issue with your reporting. Did she get this layout of your property?
I would assume so.
So, you didn't deal with it directly?
Not directly, Cushman Wakefield did.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
So you
I didn't realize that agents took care of this, and then I just said, I'll do it myself.
I know.
Well, I figured just be honest.
That's fair enough, like I'm not doubting your CRUs, but the area, I there's no dimensions on here.
There is
But
one in there with dimensions, I just,
I'll take the drafters and the drafters reporting on this as accurate.
this is also recorded with the city. The city has a copy of all of these drawings.
Just first time seeing it, right? So your CRU, you're in CRU, your first 2 CRUs.
They screwed up the numbers on the drawings. We are, by mail, units 1 and 2. We are the south parking lot. I just don't know what they called them on that drawing.
Okay. Load inspection going through and confirming this, it's a little difficult for me to change the area. But you're saying under oath that you are first.
Can I get up and show you?
Yeah, oh no, I can see it, I can read it.
Okay.
So I'm just doing the math kind of thing. So you're saying 2, 2, 4.
Well, at your sizing, the building is only 23,469 square feet total, absolute total. If you add 2,820 square feet for Unit 5. On that sheet, I believe it's called Unit 7. The MTS space is 1,291 square feet. The Salad Master space is 4,500 square feet. That gives a remaining balance, just mathematically, of 14,858 square feet. That's not counting common area. That's not counting, the electrical room that's shared by the entire building, the mechanical room that is also shared by the entire building.
So you have 14,402 square feet from what I can see that's occupied by your western marble tile.
That would be a little closer, yeah, because I'm, like I said, just doing a mathematical reverse. That's not, I would be accepting the responsibility of the electrical room, which is quite large. It's probably about 300 square feet. It's multiple transformers and wall packs. The building was an optical manufacturing facility for many
Yeah.
years. So they had quite the power requirements.
All right, with the information I see in front of me, I'm willing to change our market rates for 4,715 square feet OFS space to our market rate of, well, it would have been about, they're saying 1350 average. And our 10,000 square foot space, I'll reduce that down.
Should we not, I apologize to interrupt, but should we not be adjusting the actual sizes here?
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, I see,
Yeah,
I see.
yeah, like, I mean, I don't have any reason to doubt that these drawings are inaccurate. Like, I don't know,
They're not.
but without me walking through the physical space, it's hard for me to change, but I'm just doing it, we're only out,
Oh, the contractor would have tried to charge me more if there was more square footage.
we're out, there is questionably 1,878 square feet. You are providing a document that I don't think you did yourself, obviously. This is clearly done by.
Oh, I don't have that kind of time.
It's okay. Just let me do the math for a couple of minutes.
No worries.
Apologize. If you want to maybe take a 5-minute recess? and I'll-
Certainly. All right, we will resume.
Okay.
Mr. Pohl?
So with the correction of the area, and in 1350 for the OFS space, which is 4715, and 688 for the 9,687 square foot warehouse, with all other parameters the same, our assessed value would drop to 160,920. So I'm prepared to make that recommendation. That's still based on market. From what he reported, there was a $14 rate on the Salad Master space. Our market rates are in at around $13.65, $13.27, given the newness of the building. $14 seems pretty accurate with what our model would have predicted, so we're gonna keep with the model.
And that number again was 160?
160,920.
920. Okay, questions? Questions about that? Does that seem reasonable? Or do you want to carry on? You want to carry on?
It doesn't quite feel reasonable when the actuals are different, right? That's my concern.
Like, what do you mean by the square foot is not correct? As far as the rental rate is,
Yeah.
the base rent, you're getting a little higher in one of your units. We're under by 75 cents or 50 cents, sorry. So at that point, our rental rate is right there. As far as your occupancy costs, which you're stating is too high,
I don't disagree with the rentals.
okay?
What I guess might be my question or my concern is, the actual facts of the matter are, I pay $9,000 through Western to my other company. Yes, I admit it's my other company. But that's,
Oh, as far as your.
The values of what Western's being taxed on in a business tax assessment.
Sorry, you mean you have an issue with your company paying your other company a lesser rate than what we have marketed?
Yes, because it's an owner-occupied building, isn't that kind of the point of making that investment in the community is?
Yeah,
that I
it's-
can use half of it and have half of the other people, or a quarter, or whatever.
As far as the assessment department is concerned, we don't use non-arm's length rents. You'd be owner occupied, essentially one hand paying the other. So when we go with market, we wouldn't use a book rent, basically. So we wouldn't be using that for our analysis. We would check that at that point. So, I'll make this decision.
Okay. Do you have further questions? Mr. Swatsky, questions?
No.
I don't have any further questions.
Neither do I. So, thank you very much. That concludes this.
Yeah.
You have all your materials back?
I believe so. And that,
Can I get a copy of that? Sorry, maybe I should ask.
This one?
Yeah.
I gave that. right there.
Oh, geez, sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't see
that's why I
that.
made the copy, so you can keep it.
Perfect, thank you.
And you will receive our order in the mail as soon as we can get it out to you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I hope it was illuminating.
Well, it's not as scary as it.
Well,
Things up in my own head.
we'll remember that for the next film.
Yeah.
Make it scarier.
I think he's got some experience.
All right, next up, then we will have
You as well.
500
Thank you very
St.
much.
James Street.
Sorry, I apologize. Where are we going?
500 St. James Street?
So now we're back to realty, right? Green realty?
Yeah.
Correct.
Would you like to swear in or affirm?
Swear.
Please state your full name.
Marcel McCarthy.
And do you swear the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Think about Monday morning. Especially at the following.
Okay. You weren't out at Portage and Maine, were you?
No, I was not that young. All right, file number is 192171. Roll number is 0756909250. Address is 500 St. James. The 2020 assessment is for $3,809,000. This property had an addition put onto it. It was originally built in 1991. The addition occurred 2014. We have an effective year built in 2004, but 2005 for the original rental, and then 2014 for the addition. We have a leasable area of 18,087 square feet, and we have 13 indoor parking stalls. So, before we get going, turn to page 9. Highlighted in the bottom right hand of the page, it's in red. So this is basically just off of Portage and Century, or Portage and St. James, just below the nearest office building would have been 1661 Portage, which is just above this block here, between Century and St. James. Page 10 shows the photos of the property, exterior, and then a parking lot as well. On page 12 is the ID, reported as 1,800 or 900 square feet. I apologize for the smallness of the ID, but I have to this invoice is formatted to me. We have a net rent, or net area of 18,400 square feet. And here's the rent as follows. $12.27 and $14.70. So the reference date is $14.70 a square foot. Look at this property, if we get back to the actual parking lot, page 9, there are numerous parking stalls. We don't have anything recorded on that as far as, we don't have an income stream for that. I'm just confirming, part of this is discovery, after we go through the I&E, I don't see any parking rent that's being recorded. I find that a little questionable, given the fact that if you look at the, just above 1661 Portage, there's a large parking income stream on that. I believe it's about 370 some odd stalls, and we assess for parking there. They collect parking there, obviously. When I'm looking at this I&E, it doesn't indicate that they collect any parking rent at all. So when I'm looking at it, we have a income stream for the underground parking at $84 outside of downtown for 13 stalls, but no parking for the outdoor stalls. That's all. At this point, I'm not going to be assessing for the outdoor parking stalls, but I'll go through this workup regardless, and I'll question it all as we go along. And just to show, as far as 1661 Portage, I've included 2014 brief I was a part of. Clearly, there's parking area in this area is warranted, and the city does agree that they included it in the brief. So I think something may have been missed, but so on page 3 for the comparables. The comparables are for oil gas properties. It's our Winnipeg-based comparable sheet. We have 445,000 square feet of inventory, leasing up at $15.19 square feet on average. Weighted average is $14.73, and median is $14.72. So a nice tight range. The nearest comparable property, which again was 1661 Portage, they leased certain sizes in 1,400 square foot series, 1,350 square foot series, and 5 square foot series at between the $14 and $13 range. Having said that, the subject property is obviously larger. That's why the series that we brought in for the OFS comparables are larger, to make it more comparable. It was just a test of market. You got parking across Portage, collecting about $14 and they're collecting rent on the parking stream there. So you would think that they would be able to get it here. So the next page is the income streams. We have 13 underground parking stalls at $84. Produces an annual rent value of 13,104 square feet, or NOI of 13,104 square feet, capped at 7%, gives us 187,000. Majority of the value obviously is in the actual building itself. We have 18,086 square feet, just a little under what they're reporting, at $14.58 a square foot, so right in market range of what I just described on the previous page, which produces a PGI of 263,688 square feet, a vacancy of 5.5%, gives us an effective gross income of $249,185. Expenses at 2% and shortfall at $7 gives us a net operating income of $237,238, capped at 6.55%, gives us our capitalized value of rounded approximately $3,622,000. The following page page after that, on page 6, is our total streams added up at $3,809,000. So, with that said, I think it's fair, I think it's reasonable. I do have some questions for you.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
Yes. In terms of the non-recoverables, you haven't included a 5% non-recoverable allowance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that would be my only question.
Mr. Swansky?
Model driven, more or less,
Everything's model driven, I did not change anything.
site inspected,
I know,
you know, where it was last inspected.
yeah, that's probably why we don't have the parking lots for
No other questions, thank you.
Ms. McFadden?
I have no further questions.
Just your reference to this material at the back, the Altus Group submission previously was for what purpose?
is to show that if you look at page, look at my page 9, I've dealt with 1661 Portage for quite a number of years. They have this parking lot and this parking lot all attributed to having paid parking by the tenants for this building here. So you see this parking in constraint, and then you go, you can almost hit it with a rock. We have a number of office spaces here with this parking, we should be including this if they're collecting it, correct? I don't know if there aren't, or they simply haven't reported it. That would have been my question, but my reason for including the brief was just to show that Altus in the past does agree with outside of downtown parking at Century and Portage, that there is a market for parking. There's potential there. So I think something may have been missed here, but they're not reporting it on their I&E. Part of this is discovery. I'm just going to question the appellant to see if they are.
And at this point, you've not attributed any?
At this point, I'm not, it's just, at this point, we're accounting for 13 underground parking stalls for value. Well, we should be accounting for the other parking streams, or none of it at all, if it's inclusive within the rent. Now, we would also have to go back and determine if that rent is, need to be adjusted for that inclusion of the parking.
Actually, may I direct another question to the assessor? Are you aware whether there's an actual requirement in the zoning for parking for an office in the suburban areas?
Sorry.
Is there a requirement in the zoning bylaw for parking for an office building in suburban areas?
You mean the number of stalls?
Yes, I mean, there are requirements in the zoning bylaw for retail spaces in the zoning policy in suburban areas. I would assume that in the case of office areas, in suburban areas, would there not be a similar requirement to provide parking?
Yeah, most likely, I don't know the actual number off the top of my head, I'd have to look at the square foot and calculate it out, but it's regardless of whether there's a zoning bylaw or not requiring an amount of parking, we see that a large office building right across from where this is located is collecting rent for parking. So we should be attributing the marketplace here if we're going to be assessing equity. This is what I'm checking.
Does it? Yeah.
Mr. Foskey, did you finish your questions? Ms. McFadden? And then I was done with mine. So we will carry on then to your evidence, please, Mr. Navarro.
This is 500 St. James Street. If you turn to page 3 of the report, you can see the overhead picture of this property. Beyond that, I think you can skip to page 6. Again, this is an OFS property. These are the rent comparables that we've used. for this property. If you turn to page 7, we've used a rent of $12.59 per square foot of vacancy allowance as the same as the city has applied at 5.5%. In terms of non-recovered expenses, we're using the 7% effective market income in allowance of the effective market income in our valuation of the subject, which allows a standard allowance of 2% and a structural reserve allowance, and 5% a stabilized allowance for non-recoverable expenses. So we presented this non-recoverable expense study many times. If you would like me to present it, I can.
If you could, just briefly.
Okay. So if you open up your package on the non-recoverable expense study, again, the assessor has for the first time removed the 5% expense allowance.
The second, we'll have to find that.
That's at the bottom.
Very bottom?
Mhm.
There we are. Okay.
Okay, so for the first time, the assessor has actually excluded the expense allowance of 5% for the first time. What it is not, the allowance is not an expense relating to the standard management fees charged by the owner of a third-party property manager relating to the day-to-day operations of the property. These standard management fees are usually recovered in whole or in part from the tenants unless the tenants are on a gross or semi-gross lease. What it is and what has always been intended to be. Rather, the allowance is a stabilized expense involving a number of typical non-recoverable expenses relating to the proper and competent operation of the property. These expenses are virtually never recovered from the tenant under any circumstances, including tenants who are not on net leases. The intent of the allowance was set forth very clearly in the assessor's valuation procedure manual between the late 1990s and early 2000s. The 1998 manual states as follows: non-recoverable expenses management, even when net leases and competent management there still will be expenses incurred by the landlord that are not recoverable from the tenants. Examples of these are processing payments and chasing bad debts. This approach was reconfirmed in the 2002 assessment guidelines. Again, you can go through that little paragraph there. Actually, I think I will actually go through it. Certain non-recoverable operating expenses are deducted from the effective market income to obtain the net operating income from the property. Authors note the term effective market income was used in this document, which was published by the City of Winnipeg Assessment Department, notwithstanding the assessor's recent objections to the use of this term. We agree that the current terminology for this concept would be effective gross income, and this is the term now used in this document. With current lease arrangements, the operating costs in the typical office building are covered from the tenant. However, even on a net rental basis, there are a number of areas where the property owner must cover expenses. Thus, the effective market income must be reduced by the amount of these unrecoverable expenses to determine the net operating income. Management expenses. Even with net leases and competent management, there still will be additional management expenses incurred by the landlord that are non-recoverable from the tenants. The management rate established for all office buildings is 5%. The commentary contained within the corollary document overview of the 2002 General Assessment of Retail Properties mirrors this approach. Commencing with the City Assessor's 2006 General Reassessment Guide entitled Valuation of Retail Properties, 2006 General Assessment, the explanation set forth in the guide was truncated by the simple term management. However, we submit the valid principle underlying management expense allowance did not change at all. This submission is reinforced when one examines the methodology contained within that guide. At page 8 of the guide relating to the office and retail valuations, the following statement is made. net annual operating income is calculated as follows. Net operating income is equal to potential annual net rent minus vacancy loss plus other income minus non-recoverable operating expenses. We submit that this clearly indicates the continuing intent of the city assessor to account for the non-recoverable component of management-related costs via the stabilized 5% allowance. The quantum of the stabilized allowance is set forth on page 13 of the guide. I'm just gonna skip to valuation principles on section B. The non-recoverable expense allowance is firmly included in appraisal and evaluation theory as illustrated by the following commentary in the tax case studies in appraisal 1 from the Sauder School of Business, Real Estate Division, University of British Columbia. The appraiser should also account for non-recoverable expenses, also called non-rechargeable expenses. The most important non-recoverable costs items to be aware of are space marketing costs, which include both tenant inducements and leasing costs, and allowance for structural and mechanical repairs. The other costs associated with leasing space is leasing fees or commissions. Fundamental to this approach and the income approach generally is the principle of anticipation. This principle's application in the income to value is described in the appraisal of real estate 3rd edition as follows. The income approach, an appraiser analyzes a property's capacity to generate future benefits and capitalize the income into an indication of present value. The principle of anticipation is fundamental to the approach. Anticipation is fundamental to the income approach. All income methods, techniques, and procedures attempt to consider, anticipate future benefits, and estimate their present value. The income approach supports 2 basic methodologies: direct capitalization, which uses the relationship of 1 year's income to conclude a value, and yield capitalization, which considers a series of cash flows over time together with any reversion value or resale proceeds. Both direct capitalization and yield capitalization are market derived. When applied correctly, they should result in similar value indications for a subject property.
Perhaps if I could stop you there. I think maybe in the interests of being efficient in our time, if you could just give us a couple minutes to go through this.
Yeah.
We'll leave it at that.
Okay.
We have heard this before.
Do you want a 5-minute break?
Pardon me?
Do you want a 5-minute break?
I don't know that we need even 5 minutes. Do we, panel members, what would you wish?
Actually, I was wondering if I could go to wash.
We'll take 5 minutes.
Absolutely.
All right, we will resume. We have taken a moment to review this material.
Would you like me to continue with the problem? Okay.
Brief itself?
Yeah.
Please.
Okay. So if we turn to page 8 of the brief, we have put a 6.55% capitalization rate on this. So if you go through the work up here, the parking structure, again, there are 13 spots there. We've calculated an income of $13,104, and we've applied the same capitalization rate as the building, giving us a value of $200,061. For the OFS portion, we have a rent of $12.59 per square foot for 18,086 square feet. That gives us $227,703, to which we applied a 5.5% vacancy rate. 7% for non-recoverables, $7 shortfall rate gives us a net operating income of $193,154. Again, the same capitalization rate gives us a value of $2,948,909 for a total of $3,148,970 or $3,149,000 rounded. And I believe that is the brief. Open for questions.
Good. Mr. Pope?
Start off parking first. When that stuck out of my mind while reviewing it. Does Altus believe that in this location that there's no market for parking?
That there is no market for parking in this area.
Meaning
Typically in these areas, which include, again, large retail areas with parking included, I would say that charging for parking in suburban areas is not the typical situation.
Okay. So why then would you have an actual parking income stream for the 13 underground parking stalls?
Because the parking structure is actually a part of the building itself. We simply gave the parking structure a value.
Okay, right. Matching of the cap rates, that's neither here nor there. The parking income stream is very small given the principle of the building on this. My line of question is if 1661 Portage, which is virtually adjacent to the property,
Correct.
can generate a large income stream on that parking for that office structure, for that office building, why would that not marketplace be?
I would say that if you're looking at the market itself, I think you just answered your own question. This is not typical for suburban office. Typically, suburban offices have parking. They're not charging parking. That's been my observation.
We have a surface parking right, like, that's why I showed it on my brief on my
Sure.
page. That office does not challenge that there is office.
I would say that decision was specific to that property, was it not?
Well, no, you're doing a market area if you're considering that there's no market.
I see
mean,
that.
By definition, we see.
I see that
300
from a
some
completely
so-
different perspective. I see a brief for 1661 Portage Avenue. The agent in that case agreed with the parking income in that situation. I'm not sure what the reasoning was, but what I would advance again is that parking in suburban office scenarios is not, there is typically not a parking charge.
So then you're confirming that, I guess my next question would be, are you confirming that the owner does not collect parking?
Not to my knowledge.
There's no parking income stream on this
I
property?
can't give you an answer to that. To my knowledge, I
You
don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
As far as, at that point, would then not the market rent attributed to the building be, would that not influence the actual rate that you get for free parking? Meaning you have this building here and you have 13 underground stalls and this ample parking for this building, would that $14 rate, which is $14.70 contract, not be adjusted?
I would say that the rent that you include in this, depending on whether you have a single tenant scenario or a multi-tenant scenario, the rents in place would cover the parking.
All right, pretty much all I've got for the billing aspect of it. I've sat through a number of these deals for, I guess the first one presented the non-recoverable rebuttal argument, which I'll present in a few minutes, but I just got some questions regarding yours. Carrie Reimer and Carrie Reimer prepared this.
Correct.
Same as the document I'm about to prepare that was prepared by ETP Management, so we're preparing each other's, we're
Presenting somebody
presenting
else's.
somebody else's work, just, yeah. So, but my understanding is going through this, we're here to determine what a net operating income is, correct? Uncapitalize that.
Ultimately, yes.
When I go through appraisal literature, and I go through how it's reported typically throughout the marketplace, there is operating income, operating expenses, net operating income. So you take your total income, you subtract it from your expenses, you adjust for your vacancy, and put it in your net operating income. What you're proposing, that's by definition, that's what we're doing. What you're proposing is then you're taking below line items that are already dealt with in case law, which I'll get through in a minute, but you're taking below line items from that net operating income to come up with a net income to owner. You're adjusting that NOI.
Can I speak to that? Okay. So what I would say is that we have to be clear about what we're including in this. So there are a set of recoverable items that are typically seen in every net lease that come through as some type of additional rent. So you see these non-recoverables or these recoverables in in just about every net basin. You'll see the maintenance recoverable, you'll see the management recovery. Those are typical of what you'll see in the marketplace. The items that we're looking at, again, are not management. They include a number of items, as you can see in page 8. Again, I don't have to go through the list, you've seen them many times. What we haven't included in our study is, again, those items: building maintenance, financing fees, depreciation, utilities for vacant units, bad debts. What I would say to that is that we've tried to demonstrate that these actually are tangible items that are included in valuations and appraisal. We haven't gone beyond appraisal theory to invent these things. These items are typically seen in the marketplace and adjusted for. So, and to speak to that also, the city has also adjusted for that in the past. So I don't know what else I can say to that.
Okay, so it's just coming down to where, for my eyes, is there is assessment case law, which gives the judicial exception to what we're supposed to be doing, and I'll get to that in a moment. But I'm making sure that we're coming to an NOI first, and then, as you've seen it, appraisal literature, the line items that we're taking off are below that. So we are adjusting from an NOI. We're doing it by 2%, and you're taking that past that point to include additional costs.
Yes, we've said that we're including 5% additional. And we've also, again, typed exactly what the 2% is and the 5% is. So we've also distinguished between the two.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. I'll rebuttal.
Mr. Swansky.
Oh, I don't know where to start. I mean,
At the beginning.
Yeah. Well, at the beginning, quite a number of years ago, your department and the industry got together and agreed on some approaches. That's what I hear him saying. There's a manual, there's things. My question is, why can't the department get back together with the industry, as you did in the past, and work something out, as opposed to putting it onto us or the municipal board?
Are you saying we should have our assessment on dictated by agencies?
No,
Or
not
consultation with you?
In the planning process, you have, right, when you serve notice that you want to make a change, you have a hearing, you allow everyone to have their say, and then you make a decision on whether or not to change the policy. This seems so counterproductive.
We, like from a global perspective, from assessment taxation, all we've done is basically adjusted out the 5% for the management fee. There was a disconnect between agent and assessors. I think we're clear on that. Management fees are typically recovered in the marketplace, but from what the initial onset is, after we've had this debate back and forth a number of times, their interpretation was that 5% for management fees was always assumed that was something else, that was always assumed to be always recovered, and that the 5% was additional cost on top of the 2% we were given. So there seems to be a disconnect there. I don't believe, as far as us sitting down, it was news to me that there was a disconnect there at the beginning, kind of thing. But all we've done is basically adjust from what the marketplace is indicating to us. With our 2% non-recoverable allowance is the same as it's always been. It's just that the operating management costs are being taken off.
What's happening in other provinces on this issue?
To be quite honest with you, my as far as this, from my personal perspective, I don't care what happens in Alberta. I don't care what happens in Saskatchewan.
Well, whether you care or not, but I want the answer to the question. What
They adjust for non-recoverables. In Ontario, there's, depending on the property type class and depending on the area, there's different ranges. I couldn't give you a set list. There there's a number of factors that go into that.
Um,
Like, I go based on what.
Can we just carry on or stop for just a second? We're at the point of Mr. Navarro presenting his evidence. There has been some questioning by you about it. You have not yet totally rebutted because you have a report there. Mr. Swatsky, your question for the assessor, does it equally apply to Mr. Navarro? And what is your response to that?
So my response would be that traditionally the city of Winnipeg has always done that, as Mr. Sawaski had pointed out. This is not something that we just pulled out of a rabbit's or a hat and invented. We did some study into this. We showed exactly why it should be included, and also to make matters, I think, worse for the city. When you look at your own association and you look at the assessors on your counterpart assessors on the provincial side, would you care to find out exactly what they're doing?
As far as I don't work for the province, they don't review our database, we don't review theirs.
They also work as assessors in the province of
But they don't
Manitoba.
review City of Winnipeg income expense questionnaires and data information, we don't review theirs. We're a separate entity.
I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Do we have any questions, exclusive of the non-recoverable expenses issue? Do we have any questions of Mr. Navarro on what he has presented? And then we will get into the rebuttal, and then we can debate this a little bit more.
I'll pass.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
May I ask if we will just present this once and then for the remaining?
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay.
Yes. Ms. McFadden, questions?
Just the 1259, the rent that you're presenting for the office
Yes.
is based on actual,
So I showed a sample of rents. We don't have the extensive database in terms of leases that the city has, so I mean, they're presenting leases that are slightly higher. I mean, I would say that the lease rates can range, depending on what type of finish is in the property. It will be affected by things like tenant proof and things like that. So I chose a rent of $12.59, unfortunately, that's what I went with.
based on your market information that you presented.
Based
That's
on
what
the
you're telling me.
information that I
Okay, that's
had.
what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay. Who parks in that outdoor parking lot?
I would say that it's probably staff from the office building. To tell you the truth, I've driven past it many times and I find the parking lot often quite empty.
And did you question anybody about who
No.
parks there and whether there is
No,
revenue?
and this gets to this point that I tried to make, that there are some, I'll acknowledge that the assessor is right. There are some situations where in suburban areas, they are collecting rents. And that's typically shown in the statements. What I would say is more common is that they're not collecting rents in suburban office areas. Again, the suburban zoning bylaw allows, or actually stipulates that there should be X amount of spots for an office building, just like every other property type. And in this case, I would say that I'm not seeing any charges there. I would say that it's typical of suburban offices.
Okay. Now, this is in the West End going on St. James. In your opinion, where does the suburb start for the purposes of this discussion?
Where does the suburbs start?
Yeah.
Whew, that's a kind of a loaded question.
I mean, you could see, you know, at the
Here's
business
my
with
take on
parking
it.
that's
Here's my
way
take on
out in
this.
Fort Garry.
Yeah, what I would say is, you're aware of the underpass on Portage Avenue. I would say that that's where the suburbs start.
Okay, that's all my questions,
Can I have a follow-up?
certainly.
So, Mr. Poland, it's kind of for both of them. Your argument then is that if they are not charging anything for parking in the parking lot, the rent should reflect the cost of that
Yeah,
parking lot.
you get a higher rent for the
A higher
building itself, and you're
rent.
basically getting free parking for your
Right.
employees. Especially when you consider that right across Portage, you see 371 stalls for an office building at being leased out. So if you're looking literally, it's, let me see where it is on the map, you'd be able to get something now. Maybe you're not gonna get the exact same rate, maybe get a little less rate, whatever it'll be, but there is an income stream there that seems to be.
You would acknowledge, though, that the property across the street is probably renting parking to their own employees.
The 1660, no, that's a that's an office building, no, it'd be multiple tenants, multiple areas.
But it's people who work in that.
Oh, yeah,
building.
no.
Right.
Most likely, there might be some indirect, like I don't have the clientele database for that goes through Inpark. But there may be a few residual parkers that park around there, not at 1661 Portage, but predominantly where it's coming from.
The subject building we're looking at today is a much smaller building and it's not renting out to a whole series of different people. Is that, am I to understand
No,
that
it'd
correctly?
be one tenant.
One tenant? So the company policy.
It's a company, it's one lease, so it's one company.
Would you see a market?
Not a multi-tenant lease.
Would you see a market outside of those particular people who are working in that building for parking in that area?
For parking in that area, I
Yeah.
would think that no, it would be basically the owner, the clientele that would be
Correct.
working at that building would be predominantly.
Would you agree?
using that.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Oh, the one further question. So you're submitting then that the $12.59 that they're charging is, for rent in that building is inclusive of the,
Correct.
whatever cost there is associated with parking. Okay, thank you.
Rebuttal.
This was in my brief, it's in all our briefs, but I'll get to it now. On page 23, there's 29 comparables. It basically all is a submission for what they submitted prior that we.
Sorry, we're where, page 23?
Oh, I'm just pointing out, page 23 on my brief, it'll be the same submission in here, so. We've been through this a number of times for most people, I'll refresh you.
Yeah.
So getting back on my comments,
Are you handing out an actual rebuttal? Or is it just?
oh yeah, no, I can
Oh,
do it.
well, here it is.
I was just showing, like, we have like the standard, we produce evidence in our brief that it's 1%, or we're giving it 2%, but this rebuttal came in at just a little over 1%. So if we can get to kind of the nitty-gritty of it. Altus was the only agency that has responded with providing a source document of their comparable list that we were able to go through and provide our rebuttal to. We've asked Mark Newman, he said he'd consider it, we haven't got it yet. We asked Rocky Newfeld, he said he did not. I've yet to ask Trevor Smith, I haven't had it yet. But Altus was the one party that did produce their roll numbers and their addresses so we can go through it. So when we go through it, if you look on the fourth column in, that's what Altus has reported. When we do a median of that, everything's just the same. That median, which is the proper appraisal technique, would be 4.78%. So it drops right there. When you take off
I'm sorry, what percentage did you just?
4.78, it's highlighted in yellow.
Oh, down at the bottom.
Yeah, I'm
sorry,
just
yeah.
going through, I'm trying to go through
Okay.
it briefly so we don't have to go through it.
Yeah.
So when we account for municipal board orders, which say we can't use leasing commissions, we can't use TIs, we remove things of that nature, and we stabilize the effective gross income, and we use a median, that number drops to 1.06. There was 3 comparables there, 23, 15, and 9, which we couldn't determine. I believe there was multiple roles that were submitted. There was no way to work out the numbers for that. So that's why we use the 29 comparables in our brief on page 23 and not the full 32, simply because 3 were undetermined from our end of it. So when we take the agents, the only agency group that's actually presented their information, their best information. When we go through with appropriate rationale from the municipal board, it drops to 1.06%. So when we're giving to, that's right where our worsening market is. So with what we're presenting, I don't think that's out of line with market. And you can go through my feature if you need to read the comments on it. I'll just go through roughly our main points on page 3. Our rebuttal package justifies that the historic 5% management expense was in fact an expense relating to the standard management fees charged by owners. The expense Altus Group determined as non-recoverable are contrary to assessment case law in Manitoba and are not to be treated as expenses. I think that point there really sums up the major difference of what we're presenting. We're taking off, we're not including TIs, we're not including leasing commissions, we're not taking costs that are amortized out over a number of years of the lease and pulling it back to the first year, reporting it as a some kind of thing. The expenses that Altus Group determined as non-recoverable are typically important when using a discounted cash flow method of analysis, which they're not doing, which we can't do as far as an assessment. We can't look at post-reference information, which completely cuts off any discounted cash flow argument that you could make. Asset management fees, which again are a below line item, which I was getting at. They're not allowable for an operating expense item. And that's kind of where I was questioning the appellant. When you come up with your NOIs here, you have your below line items, additional costs that are real costs. That's not a net operating income that you take off. That's a different cost for a different thing. When we put everyone on the same equitable footing, we can't include an asset management cost here, where this person over here owning the same property wouldn't have had it. If you're a REIT, if you have an asset management fee, well, that's not going to be typical if you, the exact same scenario, an ownership group was owning that property and wasn't part of a REIT. That's a cost that would be beared by the REIT. We're not going to be taking that off, and we shouldn't be. So that's another example of where you shouldn't be taking below line item expenses off of a net operating income to come to. In my opinion, it would be a net income to owner. So, Altus Group's analysis of an EMI does not exist in an appraisal theory. It is flawed. The use of medians rather than averages changes the results of the analysis conclusions from 5.75 to 4.78, which I've already highlighted on the page that I just reviewed. After studying effective gross income for several indices of the Altus Group study, ATD has determined that a range of non-recoverable expenses, net of vacancy and shortfall, is between 0.71 and 5.8% or 5.28% of EGI, which is a median of 1.06, which is what I've already highlighted. So when we're giving the 2%, I think it's right in the market. We're adjusting somewhat for non-recoverables. This is the best 29 comparables that we've presented so far from the other side. We've done it with proper appraisal techniques and proper assessment parameters from existing case law. It falls to 20.06. So when we're giving to it, I think it's reasonable across the points.
Mr. Navarro, questions?
In your opinion, which non-recoverable items are included in the 2%?
Which non-recoverable items are included in?
Yeah, or what has the city, what is the city saying that the 2% represents?
2% general allowance was always intended to be included in expense incurring by the landlord that are not recovered by tenants. Those expenses could include advertising, promotion, professional fees, structural repairs, things of that nature.
So in other words, the city is actually acknowledging that there are actually non-recoverable items. It's just saying that it's actually closer to 2% rather than 7%.
Yeah, and I'm seeing that there is more non-recoverable items depending on ownership and how you manage the property. But we also have case law that eliminates those items, which Alta seems to be including.
Now, I'm looking at your page 5 of your report here. Now, it says that non-recoverable expenses, Altus Group has included the following non-recoverable expenses in there. Page 5 of your report, your rebuttal.
Yeah.
Okay, so it says Altus Group has included the following non-recoverable expenses in their analysis: leasing commissions, tenant inducements, tenant improvement allowance, free rent. Now, I'm looking at my page 9 of the items that were actually analyzed by Altus Group, and it says
Your
leasing
page
commission-
9
of my
Rebuttal.
non-recoverable expense study. So if you turn to page 9 of that non-recoverable expense study, we can see what's actually included in the study. And it says leasing commissions, professional fees, asset management fees, advertising, and marketing. Now, if you turn over to the next page, page 10, you can see that we provided two columns in this chart. So one doesn't include tenant improvements, one doesn't include tenant improvements, and one does include tenant improvements, okay? Now, yours also, again, to go back to yours, it says leasing commissions, tenant inducement, tenant improvement allowance, free rent. So the first column actually doesn't include tenant improvements. The second one does. But in the first one, we can clearly see that the average is 7.42%, the median is 5.75. Now, if we include those tenant improvements, we've actually included that also. It goes up to 11.76 as an average and a median of 7.35. So what this says on page 5 is actually not accurate. You're misrepresenting what we're saying here. We've provided two scenarios for you here. Those are my questions.
Mr. Seletsky, sure your questions, you can clarify this.
On your rebuttal package, are you saying that you've come to this conclusion about 2% based on numerous municipal board decisions?
And they're attached.
Yes. And those are only the ones that apply to Elvis? Or do they apply to other properties?
No, this is the same rebuttal package for every property.
For every property. So that's where you're getting your direction from?
Yeah. Yeah, and generally, like I went through this with Barry, I went through this with Rod and Mr. Navarro. What I find is when you go through some of these, like some of the leasing costs are attributed, it's almost like where are you taking the expense off? Is it coming off as a cost? Are you taking it off on the top end of the rent? Whereas some of these orders, basically has been explained is we shouldn't be including this on any level for determination of market value. So you don't take it off as far as free rent. You don't take it off as a cost if you had some kind of cost that you're going to attribute at the back end of it. You just don't include it for analysis at all. And that's why I'm including, that's why I've been highlighting leasing expenses. You would typically, that's a cost. You lease the property out, you're going to pay your leasing commission to your agent who finds you a tenant. That may be a larger cost in the first year or two, may not be as much later on. But that's something that we don't include. That's something that's highlighted in our case law for this. As far as asset management, that's another good one there. That may be a large fee to manage a portfolio of properties, but is that fair and equitable? We don't include this asset management for assessment because that may not be the same for every single property. Those items do add up, and those are real costs, but to make everything equitable in the marketplace for assessment purposes, we don't include that. And from what I've been reviewing from the taken off some TI, they've taken off pretty much on the top end. So, I look at it from a market-based approach. Our management reviewed it, our model was reviewed it, said it was 2% non-recoverables that we allowed to include with the case law from the management municipal board. The best 29 comparables that we looked at, we came from all this. The only agency that's been giving us the comparables, we've broken that down to just a little over 1%. So,
Can you give me one municipal board decision that best reflects this issue that we're trying to deal with?
well, they're all highlighted. You can go through them.
I know it's in the items.
If you start here on page 5, page 4, it basically highlights folks, and then it gives you the relevant facts. And if you want to actually read the whole order, they're attached at the back.
Thank you very much.
These are not recent municipal board. Some of them go back quite a long ways.
Yes.
Basically, you're saying to us that the city has been doing this wrong for,
We've re-looked at what we've done. Every assessment, years of fresh look, but every assessment cycle is reviewed. We don't have to go back and follow any rationale that we've seen.
but you've never looked at this issue before,
No.
until this year.
Like, I guess the issue really snuck up because the interpretation from the agents was, we never thought that 5% was management fees that weren't being recovered. We thought that was management costs. So there was the kind of disconnect from the start.
Do you have evidence that shows that the city actually did not consider this management fees previously?
Other than what I've already described in the brief, I believe there was some kind of reference to manual from 94. I've never seen that. But, well, just basically the same point on page 3. Any previous jargon at the Board of Vision may have referred to the 2% general expense allowance as a structural repair allowance. This jargon was oversimplified. So, and I think we're kind of, hopefully I'm making the right point here. Even we can change our model and to reflect what market is. The appellants can challenge that if they choose, but we're not bound to keeping a state continually going. So we've adjusted for capitalization rate differences. For the last number of cycles, we're used to match capitalization rate for, say, parking lots to the primary building. We don't do that anymore. We have a municipal board order on that, but we've changed that. We've now redefined our capitalization rate model where it's more accurate. We don't do the rounding of base points anymore. So it's not anything new as we've changed that parameter.
And I have one further question. You said specifically the asset management fees. You've taken them out altogether because they don't apply to everyone.
Yeah, you should not be including asset management. It's glaringly shouldn't be included.
However, and you can correct me, as I understand the model, you take the information from everybody, cost related to everything for everybody, and the model comes up with some kind of proxy that represents median or average costs to everybody in the system. You don't take some of the costs right out of the model completely and ignore them just because they don't apply to everybody. You take all of the costs, this is the way the model is built, you take all of the costs and you come up with proxy numbers, okay? So I'll give you an example. For vacancy rates, some buildings are putting in vacancy rates of 20% or 30%, and some are putting vacancy rates of 0. You come up with your model statistically comes up with 2% or a 3.6%. You don't throw out the high ones just because they don't apply to everybody. They are all included in the model, so I'm not quite understanding why you're making the argument that the asset management fee just gets ignored.
Well, okay,
Because it
but
doesn't apply
that's
to
a
everybody.
different, that's a different parameter, Vicky, but if we cannot talk about that.
I
for a
just
moment.
use that as a, yeah,
I own this building,
yep,
I own this building, it's identical to the building right next to me, you own
Right.
that building. You're a REIT.
Yep.
You have an asset management.
yep,
I have the exact same building.
yep,
I don't have an asset management.
right.
Why then should we have a difference of value? Our building should be exactly identical. But if we take your costs, now we're not,
But
because you.
that's on an actual individual basis. However, we're looking at mass appraisal, right? We're
Right.
looking at mass appraisal. So my understanding of that is that we take everybody's costs, they go into the model. We don't take somebody's costs out because they don't apply across the board.
Well, I'm not a modeler, but I have done cap rate work for my own analysis for my field defense. I would be taking asset management fee out when I'm doing that. I would be taking out these costs to come up with what an actual capitalization rate would be based on the jurisdiction that this board affords us to remove certain costs. We wouldn't be, you would have to. There's no way that we even take a cost that wouldn't be equitable. So, like you hear what I'm saying though, right? Like, it'd be like saying.
I do, but
it'd be
I'm
like
not
saying,
sure you're hearing what I'm
let's-
saying.
Let's blow it up to a bit more. If I'm paying my mortgage, right, and you're not paying your mortgage, I report my costs. You don't report anything. Do I take the debt payment on that too? Absolutely not. Right? That would be a legitimate cost, but I shouldn't be using that as far as coming up with anything, because it wouldn't, it's a below line item that would influence what the net operating income would be. And it's more blown up, obviously, because an asset management fee cost wouldn't be the same as a debt payment cost. But,
It wouldn't be the same.
you know, what I'm saying is on
Yeah.
scale, everything being equitable, you shouldn't be taking those line items that simply aren't.
So what, you're not a modeler, so you probably can't answer, but what you're telling me is that they do pick
I've
and
done
choose.
capitalization rate study for my own field defense, but I don't do the model, model or something.
All right. Do you want to speak to that, Mr. Yarborough?
I would say that we're including typical non-recoverable expenses that are seen in the marketplace. I think, again, we've documented why, our position as to why we're including these costs in there. In terms of the decisions that the assessor has provided, again, I would point to the age of some of those decisions also. But again, mortgage, we would also make that logical decision not to include a mortgage payment in there. Tenant improvements, I heard you say that we've included tenant improvements to knock down the rent?
I've come across what their actual reporting.
I've never seen
So
that.
I've had issues, like we discussed with Foods the Reimer, where it comes down to, are you taking it off the top as a reduction in the rent?
Yeah.
Or are you taking it as?
So I see a
expense?
tenant improvement in a rent, it's staying in there. So I'm not knocking it down $2 simply because there's.
And I made sure it wasn't this particular field that we're dealing with.
And if that were the case, I would say that that's probably a mistake on somebody's part. And I've had many situations where I've looked at office leases with tenant improvements in there. I'm not knocking the top end of that. So, again, these are what we've typically looked at as non-recoverable expenses. And we've included two items here, or two columns, one without tenant improvements and one with tenant improvements, so.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Poole, since obviously leasing arrangements can vary considerably, and you're not calculating the non-recoverable expense percentage individually, you have looked at a whole lot of
Yeah, they did it.
situations and come up with a value to apply to everyone.
Yeah.
Is your argument that that's because it is mass appraisal and that is the equitable thing to do?
Precisely, like me personally, I didn't do the report, I didn't do the database research as far as getting to 2% or whether it would have been 3 or 1. And I didn't do the rebuttal here for the 29 comparables, that was done by management. They did a statistical process, and that's what that's what it came out at. So the 2% is what we found market-wide, that it hovers when we're basically at 2%.
Okay,
So that's what
now,
we're
okay,
doing.
so that's what the number came to. Are you applying that number though, because it's convenient and easy and you don't have to calculate the individual non-recoverable expense every time? Or is it because of the principle that it's equitable, because who knows what arrangements the next owner may have with the lessees?
No,
And that could
because it's
vary?
equitable to take it at the reference point. The same way when we don't do we don't do contract rent, we do what the marketplace rent is. If the marketplace rent isn't aligned with contract, okay. But if we have an older rent that's clearly not at market, we would be disregarding that and we market it. This is the same idea, we're just putting a market non-recoverable parameter on it. Same with the rent, same with the vacancy, same with the shortfall, they're all market based.
Okay. Though we certainly have coming before us assessments that even assessors agree need to be altered. They were done on model, but because of the very exceptional circumstances of a property, it needs to be altered. Does that principle still apply to the amount of non-recoverable expense?
If you're saying there's some kind of uniqueness to a property where a market rent couldn't be achieved, so therefore we make a reduction from the rent, you're saying we should do the same thing for the non-recoverable. I'd have to review what was there. Same thing for vacancy.
In
I mean,
principle,
you can do that with any
conceivable.
parameter, right? Like you could
Yeah.
have a barrier to market that would affect vacancy. Well, we do market vacancy regardless if the building's 100% vacant, but is there a reason that the building's more so vacancy? Is there barriers to it? Now all of a sudden there's an obsolescence there that we would need to make an adjustment for away from market vacancy. If you're asking kind of the same thing here, I'd have to see the argument made.
Okay. When was this report prepared, and when was it first presented to the Board of Revision?
I would have done the initial report, reported beginning of September. I think that was the first one from audit, Carrie. I don't know the exact date, beginning of September. And then there was a couple of revised with Altus providing their comparable list to us.
Right, so this version, when was it prepared?
Month and a half ago, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't have exact date. We tried to do the other agents as well, but they haven't reported any of their progress.
So on your page 14? 13, sorry, page 13, that table that has the yellow highlighted column. This page.
Yeah.
You included one of the two columns that Altus has provided. Is that because that was the only column given to you to do this calculation, whereas today we have two columns? Or is it because you chose this one because it has no TI included?
Honestly, I can't remember if the two columns were there initially. They were. I can't comment on that. I didn't use the spreadsheet.
Okay. Something confused me about vacancy. I'm sorry, this is going back 10 minutes or so now. Are you saying that Altus includes the vacancy shortfall in the non-recoverable expenses, but also accounts for it elsewhere in the calculation? No.
What is it?
Oh, well, there was a reference to vacancy shortfall. I am used to seeing vacancy
Yeah,
and shortfall,
yeah.
not something called vacancy shortfall.
There's vacancy and shortfall.
Okay, so
Vacancy
I
is
should ignore a reference to something, which I think I heard, vacancy shortfall.
No, maybe I misspoke for shortfall.
Okay, okay.
Sorry.
All right.
No, those are two separate things.
Okay. You've used the median
Yeah.
to come up with a 1.06%. And the other, the Altus figures were a median as well. Why median as opposed to average?
Median is proper appraisal technique,
Why?
because it's in all the appraisal literature to use median. I do, for my rent analysis, I do an average, then I do weighted average, I also put in a median. When I look at those, the weighted average should be close to the median, and usually when it's a very tight analysis, you have a very tight range, that indicates it's a good analysis. That's why I use it as such. So when you have a really tight analysis like that, with the medians very close to the weighted average, it's interchangeable almost. So you can look at the individual comparables on your list, maybe pick a better one this or that, but that's why use of medians is appropriate.
Okay. Well, so, we have had rebuttal and discussion of rebuttal. We've had your evidence, we've had the questions. I think we've come to the end.
Summation.
Okay.
Just because it was a lot.
Summation.
Just because it was a lot. Okay. After reviewing this property, I think $3,809,000 is appropriate. I think it should be maintained. I believe there is a marketplace for parking here that we had missed. When you look at a property that would be sold, ready to be sold in the marketplace, it would be a feature that you'd be inclusive to get a price. You would have parking that you could generate an income stream on, albeit not at downtown parking rates, but you'd be able to generate something on, and you test that marketplace, and you'd see right across Portage, there is that marketplace. You'd be able to get something here. So, based on our rental rate being $14.78 or $14.58, I think you could easily say that that's a very conservative rate put on it, given the fact that there's free parking in this property. The 13 underground stalls, maybe that's an executive level feature you could have for your management staff, but realistically, the main focus would be on the employee parking and be able to control that employee parking to account for a tenancy in the building. So I think our parameters are very reasonable when that's taken into that's adjusted 14 into account. As far as non-recoverables, I think we already went through that. We're using 2%. We have 29 comparables that were reviewed from Altus, and we came in at 1.06%. I think that's pretty telling. So at that point, I think assessment should be confirmed today.
Okay, and before we get to your summary, I just saw why I asked the question about vacancy shortfall, and I'd like to return
Sure,
to that.
yeah.
Because it is at the top of the column
Sorry.
on your page 13. Non-recoverable expense net of vacancy shortfall.
Yeah, that means it's removed, like it's not inclusive of it. You wouldn't be including the vacancy, you wouldn't be including the shortfall.
Vacancy and shortfall.
Yeah, because we've already
So
accounted
I
for
should
it.
read this as both the vacancy figure and the shortfall figure.
As a percentage of effective gross income, yeah.
So this is not saying net of vacancy, describing vacancy as a vacancy shortfall. This is describing it net of both the vacancy calculation and the separate shortfall calculation.
Yeah, basically of your potential, you come off of your potential, you take off your vacancy, you come to your.
Separate line for shortfall.
And then separate line, so then
Okay.
after that, you have your percentages.
And so it would be correct if I was to insert the word "and" between vacancy and shortfall.
That's how you want to.
Thank you.
Sure. I think we're all on the same page.
Okay, now I am. Summation?
Yes. I've given a rent that I think is reflective of this property. I think that it would be inclusive of the parking. And as I stated before, parking collections in suburban areas is not the typical situation. Again, most office buildings in suburban areas come with a requirement to provide parking. That's the opposite of what happens in the downtown area, where there is no requirement. And in those cases, we absolutely charge for parking, and we make that note in the valuation as we go through it. So that's what I would stress to you.
Okay. Thank you. that will conclude this one, and the remainder will go along very quickly. We'll take 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 5-minute break. Okay, we will resume with 123 Bannatyne.
Just give me 1 minute to review, that's all right.
Sure.
All right. File number is 193614. Roll number is 1306282700. Civic address is 123 Bannatyne. And for the 2020 year, the assessment is $2,122,000. We have actual year built of 1900, effective year built of 1945. We have a gross floor area of 25,500 square feet and a leasable area of 80,961. Last registered sale we have in this property is December 24, 2010 for $2,730,000. Page 10 is the area full of where the property is located. Bannatyne in the Exchange District. Page 11 shows the property itself. Page 12 and 13 as well, just gives you some elevation views of the property. While going through the I&E, checking the I&E, we come to a net rent. There's a high degree of vacancy in the property, but what I saw on the bottom was, and highlighted in yellow, pulled up on the side, a note saying we are not in possession of the 2017 expenses from the old owners. Something, I can make out that word, estimated from the 2016, and then again it was cut off, so I'm not sure exactly what went on there, but it does look like there is a sale on this property, and it looks like it was within the reference period, but it's not showing up. So I have some questions regarding if the property actually sold on 17. So here is the IDs. 16, I should say it's 16, vacant except for one unit. And the following ID that was annual expense operation summary that's on there. We have on page 19 number of permits taken out for interior alteration permits from 17 leading up to December of 18. Attached are what they indicate. Interior alterations. So again, it looks like there was some fit up for tenancies that are in this property, and it happened in this property leading up to the reference date. Or I should say, just after the reference date, but we're talking about physical characteristics as the building sits, physical structure. So that would be indicated to be included. When I go back to the actual workup and I check what we had, it indicates that on page 6, that much of the space was taken up by MMD Architects on its financial group. There's a typical tenant in there. So what I'm looking at is I'm not sure if the building actually sold. So when we get back to the actual analysis of this property, we're just looking at OFD rents in the area. On page 3 are comparables. So on page 3 is what the marketplace leased up at. Over to page 4, we have an average rent of $11.40, a weighted average of $12.70, and a median 269,911 square feet of leasable space that occurred. We have on page 6, the Johnson report indicating Class D properties and what they're renting at. We are vacant space and what they're leasing at. There's a vacancy summary of about 5 and about 6% for vacancy. The actual income stream itself is on page 6, as indicated. Those CRUs that you see below are above. They range from $9 to $13.24 for an average of $11.94 a square foot, producing a potential rent of $226,317 with our standard parameters applied at 14% for vacancy for ODs. We have an effective gross income of $194,633, expenses at 2%, which we've already reviewed for non-recoverable expenses, shortfall at $7.50, gives us our net operating income of $170,831, capped at 8.05%, gives us our estimated market value of $2,122,000. It is the only income stream on the property. Given that there seems to be a renewal of the building for tenancies, and that there may have been a possible sale of the property, that's all the information I have to present. I think 2.122 million is reasonable, it should be maintained. With that, I will open questions.
Mr. Navarro?
Yes. So, just quickly, so again, 5%, that's one of the issues. The rent is obviously the next issue. I mean, there's not a huge variation there. However, you've got quite a large sample of rents here on page 3 and 4. And you went with $11.94. Now you have a median here of $11, and previously you just stated that you were, I mean, the median was what you went with. So in this case, what did you go with and why?
The reason why I left it at 94 cents is because we have, it looks like a renovated space, a large amount of the space of the building was renovated, as of course indicates on the permits. Part of this is discovery. I'm questioning, part of it will be addressed in questioning use.
Okay. Now, I assume that in your years of assessing, you often go into office buildings in the downtown area, correct? Okay. Is there ever any situations where you take a walk back in time and see something reflective of 1917 or 1925?
Oh, you mean like old space that, oh yeah.
Is that typical? Or would you say that typically there have been improvements on the way?
I mean, if you're looking at a building that's 1900, if there would be nothing done to it, it'd be almost unleasable. There will always be continued rates.
But here, I mean, I can point at a certain property here, 167 Lombard. Again, you have a average year built of 1906. Have you been in this building?
It's heavily renovated, some suites, yes. I have an actual year built.
Okay.
That's not the effective year built.
Okay, so, but for the most part, you'd say that a lot of these properties have actually been improved since?
It'd be a virtual certainty that
Okay,
buildings
okay.
of this era would have to have had improvements done to them over the years.
Okay, and your capitalization rate is a model-generated capitalization rate? Those are my questions.
Mr. Swansky?
You've highlighted subject sale history.
Yes.
Can you tell me a bit more about that?
Because the last sale that I had was in 2010, 2.7 million. I'm not going to review a sale that's 8 years outside, but when I'm reviewing it, I should say when I'm looking at our data, I'm coming across on my page 14. When they submitted their income and expense questionnaire, and it was, I guess, I don't know, electronically it was cut off the bottom. I can't read the bottom, but it looks like highlighted in yellow asterisks, we are not in possession of the 2017 expenses from the homeowners, which indicates there's a sale. And then we estimate from the, and then it gets cut off. I can't make out what it is.
2016 actual.
Yeah, so that's what I was highlighting here was when they submitted this, which is what they knew, it's vacant. Then you see the timeline that there's heavily renovated CRUs in the property. They would have leased up, they would have had lease agreements with that. So we have spaces that were approved or reconfigured for new tenants. What were those leases at, and ultimately, what did it sell for? It would have been inclusive of before the reference period. So was there a sale that is yet to be reported or was missed? That's why I highlighted it.
Okay. Again, model driven.
From top to bottom, I didn't adjust anything.
And did you inspect this one?
No, I didn't.
Thank you, no further
I
questions.
don't believe we've had anyone in this building for a while.
Mr. Feiman?
I have no further questions.
And I have no questions. Mr. Navarro?
Again, this is 123 Bannatyne Avenue. On page 2, you can see a picture of it. On page 3, you can see the overhead picture of it. I'll ask that you flip to page 5, and we'll get right into the income approach. So we've gone with a rent of $11 per square foot. We think that is supportable by the rents that we've provided here. In particular, I've centered on 167 Lombard because of its proximity and the fact that it has had improvements to it. In terms of vacancy, we've gone with the standard 14% vacancy, shortfall, same as the city. Unrecovered expenses, we haven't changed our position, again, overall 7%. Capitalization rate of 8.25, slightly higher capitalization rate. And the reasoning for that is that we just, we put an actual capitalization rate slightly higher for downtown office D. And this would be, just to distinguish Cs, Bs, and As, Ds. Ds would typically be your older stock, so these would be a lot of the heritage stock within the Exchange District. I don't know of too many heritage buildings in the downtown, especially in the East Exchange and West Exchange that have C or B classifications on them. Generally, they're D. We have a slightly higher capitalization rate on it. If you turn to page 15, again, I've gone with an $11 rent per square foot for 20,627 square feet. Gives us an income of $226,897. We've applied a 14% vacancy, 7% non-recoverable, $750 shortfall rate. Gives us a net operating income of $159,814, and we've applied a capitalization rate of 8.25, producing an income value of $1,937,138, or $1,937,000 rounded. 16, you can see the present, some of the pictures that we have. 18, 19, that is my presentation.
Questions? Mr. Cole?
Yeah, I guess we'll get to the obvious one that I saw in the NIE. Did this property sell recently?
So I did a search myself of the, whether there was a sale. I do a search on every property that I look at. We do our searches through Sabre, that is the MLS realtor website. We have access to it, so we can do sales through that. I didn't find an actual sale on here. So there's a couple of possibilities. Either it has been missed somehow, which I find unlikely, or it has been registered as a share transaction, which means that it wouldn't have been I guess registered through land titles.
Okay. So.
But I'm not exactly sure what the situation is. I simply didn't find the sale
And
for
I
this
searched,
property.
I searched property register, I didn't find it.
Yeah, so I'm in the same boat as Mr. Paul.
So let me back it up a little bit. the owner that you have on the property signature.
Bannatyne 123 Inc.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Robert, can't really make out his,
Yeah,
so all
Which
on.
page are you looking at, sorry?
The application form.
Oh,
So this client is new to Altus, or has this client been long, has this property been appealed long-term with Altus?
I think this is actually a new client. So I think we have, you know what, I don't even want that to go into the public record. I'm not sure. I can't really speak to that.
Okay, so as an agent, I'm just saying that, as an agent, you're unaware if there was an actual sale on this property?
I don't have any information to really give you a concise answer. Again, I went through the proper channels and didn't find a sale, so my only conclusion is that it was either gone missed or there is a shared transaction in place.
This property, as indicated from our records, was basically almost vacant with one CRU being leased out. After this possible sale, we see permits taken out, we see tenant fit-ups come in. Can you describe the nature of the leases that came in with the tenancies?
I actually don't think that there are multi-tenant, I don't think this is a multi-tenant situation anymore. I think it's occupied by MMP Architects.
And there's two other tenants in there.
Yeah, I don't think those tenants are there anymore. I think MMP is maybe the sole tenant now. Don't quote me on that, but
I'm just looking through the.
I think the tenancy has changed since,
Okay, because like I see for Hippo Facility
Yeah,
Management.
yeah.
We see a permit coming out in 2018.
Correct.
You would think that
I
there'd be a lease
believe-
associated with a long-term.
I believe those
Here.
leases are not there anymore. And again, you quoted that they did some work also. From my understanding, it is MMP that is in there now, but that would be, again, post-reference, I think.
The physical nature of the building would be post-reference, or is not post-reference. If the lease-ups occurred after April 1st, 2018, that market data would be post-reference, but given the fact that these permits straddle that line.
Right.
You would have a lease agreement
Right.
before that. You would have to, you would do a whole
Well,
CRU. for
I think
tenant,
the
may not
leases
come.
that are, I think the leases that are contained, the information that's contained in your report in terms of the I&E.
Yeah, it just shows the one.
Yeah. I don't have any more information than that. I mean, this is the reason that I chose the market approach and looked at comparable leases, went through that same exercise as you did, or you would have also.
Okay, so say just talking physical characteristics of the building, we know that permit work was taken out, we know that there was renovation to the property as far as tenable suit up. Whether that improved it a dramatic amount or minor amount, or just changed the walls to be more reflective of the tenancy that would have been coming in. With that physical state of the building at the reference date, would you not expect to get a little bit higher than market, given that it was new?
So,
Meaning, everything's new and you want it.
yeah.
It's only
So-
about 90 somewhat cents over our market average.
Yeah, so I would say that you would have to look at the renovations themselves, and I'm in the same situation as you. I didn't walk through this building, but what I can say is that when we look at the rents that we've included in our comparables, we make the assumption that most of these properties have had renovations and tenant improvements done to them. This would not be anything new for this area. These are all heritage properties. You're not gonna get a circa 1920 building here. Most buildings at this point have, in their life cycle, have been vastly improved. So those rents that we've included in there would be reflective of that. And I might also add that yours are also reflective of that, so.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Swansky.
No questions.
Ms. McFadden?
I have no questions.
Neither do I.
Can I just have a summation on this property?
Certainly.
Given the fact that the property sold for $2.73 million in 2010, now market is 8 years later, we shouldn't be putting anything on that sale. So we know that commercial real estate has risen downtown. Given the fact that we see that the property was improved as far as the tenancy, there was a tenant fit up, obviously. We don't know what the actual leases were. Agent doesn't know that. We don't know if there was an actual sale of the property. It indicates from the ID that there most likely was. I think that the 2.122 million is very reasonable.
Mr. Marr?
I would say that, given the sale at the time, I would say that probably the situation has changed since that time. I'm not sure how much weight you should actually put on that sale. However, we use standard market parameters, just as the assessor did. We came up with a slightly different value on it, and we're comfortable with that value.
Thank you. We will then move on to the next one. 35 King Street.
File number is 193729. Roll number is 1306002900. Civic address is 35 King Street. We have a 2020 assessment of $2,906,000. 940,000 of that is 60 classical 60T, and 1,922,000 is institutional, classical 40 with school exemption. The building was built in 1930. We have an effective year built in 1949. The gross floor area is approximately 36,000 square feet. We have a leasable area of 27,555 square feet. Outdoor parking stalls are at 41 stalls. Let me get to the property, it is on page 11. It is on the corner of King and Notre Dame. As we can see, the building elevation view is on page 12. The idea is as follows on the following pages. We have an income statement summary, page 15. We have on page 16 the tenant, which is leased out totally to Robertson College. We see on page 17 that there's no vacant spaces in this property. I believe it's been that way for quite a bit. All right, getting back to the workup, the marketplace workup. Page 3. Again, same OFD comparables that we just reviewed. Going over to page 4, we have 269,911 square feet that leased up, the OFD stock. The average rent was $11.40. The weighted average was $12.70 with a median of $11. The parking lot comparables are as we see below. On page 5, this again, Johnson report for OFDs, and the rent ranges that are highlighted below. And they indicated that there's approximately 5.95% 27,550 square feet. We have a potential rent of $212,211. And our standard parameters apply. At 14%, we have a vacancy. After vacancy, we have an effective gross income of $182,507. Expenses non-recoverable at 2%, and shortfall of 7.5 gives us a net operating income of $149,925. Capped at 7.8% gives us $1,922,000. On page 8 is the summary of the two approaches, which is $2,906,000. Given the fact that we have a rental range of approximately, just a little under, I should say rent approximately a little under, what is it? $7.70 is the average. I think that's pretty reasonable for downtown. I think it should be maintained. That of open questions.
Mr. Navarro.
Yes. You've got a capitalization rate on the parking lot on page 6 of 4.50. Okay, now,
Page 6?
page 6 of your presentation? Okay. Now, is that the standard capitalization rate that you use for standalone open market parking? Or is that the same, do you distinguish between situations where the parking is actually supporting the building itself?
No, we don't blend cap rates. We did in 2014, I believe it was the last cycle we did. We had a board decision from Portage Place, which changed how we do cap rates for parking in, and that was reflective of our 2016 cycle. Moving forward from 2016 on, we have not matched cap rates.
And what was that decision?
It was with Altus. It was with Portage Place. Yeah, Portage Place.
Now, was that a decision or was that an agreement?
No, that was a decision.
Okay, and in that situation, you didn't blend?
We did not blend. The outcome from that order was we separate capitalization rates.
So, and that is a parking structure, not a parking lot, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, in looking at the income and expenses, you would say that the two are kind of intertwined, are they not?
There's parking and there's the building.
And the expenses are being run through the entire property as a whole?
The one, I mean, it's Robertson College that leads the entire building out.
Okay. And they're functioning as one economic unit, would you say?
As far as, yeah, I mean, I'm
Okay.
sure some staff is leasing the parking out. I'm sure some students maybe as well. There may be some off-site parking. I'm not sure. I don't get that level of detail from the.
Now, would you say that the city does not blend cap rates
No, we do not.
for any property type?
Just work in the office portfolio, but as far as parking, which is what this is dealing with, we don't blend parking
Okay.
cap rates.
But you
Whether
can't-
it be parking stalls, underground,
Correct.
heated, or.
But you can't say for sure whether the city does or doesn't blend cap rates, correct?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is for our office section does
Okay.
not blend parking. I mean, I don't work in industrial. I
So
don't
this
work
is
in-
specific essentially to the office sector?
Yeah, well, yeah,
Okay.
it's an office property.
Okay. Now, would you say that, in terms of your capitalization rate for the office portion, 7.80, this is an office D. What are the ranges for your capitalization rates for office D?
If you're looking for direct comparison,
No, in terms of capitalization rate information, do you have anything that supports office D capitalization rates?
it's on the table.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, we don't have any direct comparables for OFD
Okay.
class that are reported on, sorry, I
Okay.
thought you were getting to a different page on
So
page
typically,
9.
your office D capitalization rates are higher. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And would you give any additional premium to the fact that this is a single tenant on the capitalization rate? Is there any additional risk to that?
No, we would take it from a marketplace perspective.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions.
Mr. Slawski?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. McFadden?
I'm interested in this Portage Place example.
I kind of too.
Is it not the case in the Portage Place example, notwithstanding this municipal board, that the ownership structure is quite different? The parking in Portage Place is owned outright separately from the rest of the building and could be sold completely separately on the market.
Generally, that's the gist of it, kind of thing. But I'll back up, take a step back from that. Are we hearing from the Altus now that Altus is challenging that we should be doing what we've been doing since 2016 and before, that we're not matching cap rates to the building on site? Is that what, sorry, maybe I shouldn't be directing it to you, but is that what the Altus' position is today, that they don't want to follow the municipal board that's effectively been in place, the order for Portage Place, which filters down to the rest of the parking?
I'm treating this as a singular example of something that operates as one economic unit, hence the reason I've applied the same capitalization. I don't know what the circumstances are at Portage Place. There is different ownership there, I am aware of that, but in terms of this property itself, I would say that, no, not necessarily.
Okay, because that'd be news to me. We just had lots with Marcelo and other agents from Altus. Are you saying now that is this one specific property?
This
Or
is one specific property.
right, we treat every property equitably. We've had that decision in place since 2000. We've adjusted our role since 2016 on this matter. And it's,
So the city's position in this is that the parking could be sold separately under a different,
and we're to treat them separately to
Would
make sure
be
everything's equitable. I haven't heard this
separate.
argument since this decision came into place, so that's why I'm a little taken back to it. But, that was the position.
okay, thank you, that's my question.
Well, follow-up to that, this is a single property, single title,
I believe it is.
and so for it to be sold off, then there would have to be the subdivision audit. Do you foresee any impediment to that subdivision?
I couldn't say, I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't have explored that for this appeal.
So you don't look to that as a factor in determining the cap rate. There are parking lots where it is a unit of a condo, a separate title, that sort of thing. There's this situation where it's all on the same title. Mr. Navarro is arguing that there aren't really two income streams, am I correct? There is.
We just had 500 St. James, which had 13 underground stalls, which they didn't match the cap on.
Sure. We had the same capitalization rate on.
But did you? Sorry, I didn't. Maybe
You
glossed
did.
over that. Okay. But typically, this is a new position from Altus moving forward. I guess
It's
it's
not
cool.
an official position by Altus going forward. This is specific to this property for the same reasons that Mr. Moretzky has outlined. I saw the same things.
Can I just speak for a second?
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Since 16, I haven't had it. There was some, I believe in 16, there was some pushback from the agents moving Altus that we shouldn't be matching caps. Or we should be matching caps. Throughout that cycle, that waned, and at the end of the cycle, we weren't, and in the following cycles, we haven't been matching caps. regardless if it's a multiple stalls or if there was 5 stalls or smaller stall count, we'd have to treat everything equally.
And it is a substantially lower cap rate than the building itself. Why? If this is a measure of risk, why is the parking lot less risky than the building itself as an investment?
Like I said, it's based on equity. All surface parking lots are 4.5.
Okay, why are they all less risk in that case?
Basically with the sales scheme and the capitalization rate scheme and that. So, if you're asking me to change a model parameter, I
No, I'm asking you to explain a parameter, which I think we've now gotten to the point of, why do they sell for what they do?
What real risk do you have for downtown parking? And I've done lots of downtown parking analysis, as Mr. Navarro knows. Parking income streams have generally grown exponentially. It's been year after year after year, parking has increased. When you see purchase of a property, you would see that parking stream increasing everywhere downtown. You know that people park downtown, people like to drive, people like to not take the bus, and one of them. People will pay for parking. When you see the trend of the increase in rent rates, you see less risk. When you see downtown parking with such a demand and no real change of supply, you don't see people knocking down buildings and increasing the stock of parking. Parking is limited. That's another positive risk factor. That would be another potential positive for purchaser. You would also see the relative limited amount of expenses you'd have to put into that surface parking. Typically, they're already asphalted, you patch it as you need it, you clear it when you have to. There's relatively little expense to be maintained. There's no risk there, there's no structure, there's no building. So when you see other buildings, whether it be OFD, OFC, OFB, when you see their capitalization risk being around, high 5, 6, maybe a little on the 7, you typically would see a couple basis points down from one of those investments versus one of this, and that's what you get the 4.5 from. And now whether it's 4.5, you have some sales at 5, 5.5, you're at the low end. So when you see your potential purchaser, your essentially what a capitalization risk rate is risk of return. You see a great return on your investment. That's why the cap rates are lower.
Paul?
I do, so your model applies a separate one in every case?
Yes.
Would you think that there are situations where in fact this would not apply, that the parking would be integral to the business model?
We shouldn't have any parking anywhere downtown where we're matching cap rates to the building. Maybe you might have a few, no, I don't think there's any.
So this only applies in the downtown, not in suburban areas?
There'd be very limited amount of suburban areas that would have
A
parking
parking
of such a
street?
nature.
Okay, thank you.
Like what I'm saying is if you could have potentially, I mean, I don't think this is the case yet, where cap rates for buildings are X amount and parking, maybe we start seeing some vacancy, maybe we start seeing some lessening of the rates that are getting, maybe independently those capitalization rates are balanced out, and they may be roughly at the same, but we wouldn't be matching the building to the parking lot. It would just basically be, they would be completely independently calculated, but they may come in at roughly the same rate, but we're not seeing that yet. We're seeing a substantial increase.
Okay.
Long-term trend is basically good for parking and parking lots.
Any other follow-up questions? No? Okay. Mr. Navarro?
Okay. If you turn to page 2 of the property brief, you can see the subject property. You can see an overhead view. And on page 4, another overhead view. Now, in terms of the rent, on page 6, we've applied a rent of $7.50 per square foot of leasable area of 30,010 square feet. That's not that different from the assessor's rent. About 20 cents difference. Obviously, we've applied some of the same parameters. This is an OFD. So if you turn to page 15, you can see that we've applied the 14% capital vacancy allowance. We've kept our 7% for non-recoverables, $750 for shortfall, and we've applied an 8% capitalization rate to this property, giving us a value of $1,856,306 for the office portion. For the parking lot, we have we've used a market rate of $195 per stall gross for, I believe, 41 stalls. Yeah. We've applied a 45% expense ratio to that. We've given it the same capitalization rate as the building. And again, this is where we differ in this in terms of this particular situation. We have what is effectively one economic unit, the parking lot is supporting the office building. I don't see how the office building would sell off this parking lot. However, I will make a distinction here that, again, this is one economic unit as opposed to a single parking lot on its own. So this is not, in my opinion, a situation where you have a vacant land parcel on its own. Now getting to the parking itself, if you would open your package regarding the parking. Did you get one of these parking packages? Yeah? Okay. Yeah.
Do you need the bottom?
Yeah.
No, it's just going back to 500.
Okay.
I missed that one, I apologize.
So I'll just take you through this. Unfortunately, this is going to take a little bit of time. I'm trying to say that it's probably going to take me at least 10 to 15 minutes to go through it. So the downtown parking supply is composed of street parking, municipally owned parking, and privately owned surface parking and garage parking. The city of Winnipeg operates about 15% of the overall parking supply in Winnipeg. This study will focus on privately owned parking, which makes up about 85% of the current supply. Now, there's some key facts about downtown parking. There are roughly 3,757 metered on-street parking spots, 35,526 off-street spaces. An estimated 20% of the downtown real estate is devoted to surface parking. And Winnipeg has the most central business district parking per census metropolitan area resident of Canadian cities surveyed. On-street parking at meters cost between $1 or $2. Again, these rates have gone up slightly. And again, monthly off-street parking generally costs between $120 and $278. There are obviously variances. The study area is composed of 4 unique sectors classified by the City of Winnipeg Planning Department under the downtown zoning bylaw number 100-2004. And then you can see these areas, the use sectors. They are the multiple use sector, the downtown living sector, the character sector, and the riverbank sector. The riverbank sector is not a predominant area. It's basically dedicated to either park space or non-usable spaces because they are essentially on the riverbank. If you turn over to page 3, we did a review of parking rates. Again, we have a slightly different take on parking rates and how we value parking, although in the end, often we come out with very similar situations in terms of net operating income with the city. The Exchange District, we've looked at some parking rates here. In terms of monthly unreserved rates, we came out with a median of $195. Central Business District, we came up with a median of 185, and outside the downtown parking rates, we came up with a median of 130. Now, what I will say about the outside downtown parking rates is that they are almost directly outside of the downtown. So if we're looking for suburban rates in this, we're not gonna get them. But these are very close to the downtown. We've just called them outside of downtown. We've got some parkade rates which aren't relevant, so I'll skip over this. In terms of parking management and operations, there's several ways that parking is managed. So typical is the lease agreement. In a lease agreement, the owner leases the parking facility to a parking operator for a fixed fee or a sliding percentage of gross parking revenues minus any taxes. As gross receipts increase, the percentage paid to the owner decreases. There's also a contract agreement. That is another typical agreement that you will see in downtown Winnipeg. Under a contract agreement, a parking operator provides the cashiering and revenue control function in return for a fixed annual fee. The operator provides all operating and supervisory staff and covers all parking-related expenses such as uniforms, parking tickets, and telephone services. The owner pays property taxes, utilities, and all maintenance and repair costs. Another type of agreement that we see is a concession agreement. Under a concession agreement, the concessionaire covers most operating expenses, including labor, bookkeeping, operating supplies, R&M, and snow removal. Another is fixed fee management agreement. Under a fixed fee management agreement, a parking operator manages and operates a parking facility on the owner's behalf for a fixed fee. All out-of-pocket facility-related expenses are reimbursed by the owner. At the end of each month, the operator submits an invoice covering both the fixed fee and reimbursement for expenses. Percentage management agreement. A percentage management agreement is similar to a fixed fee agreement. The operator receives a percentage of the gross receipts, which in theory motivates the operator to generate more revenue for the facility. In terms of operations, operating a parking facility can obviously be expensive, so we've listed some typical operating expenses for most parking operations. So wages, salaries, benefits. In terms of parking, surface parking, wages, salaries will be at a minimum. Those are more typical of your parkade. Professional fees, legal, accounting, etc., insurance, supplies, and uniforms, again, that's more typical of a parkade. Licenses and permits, utilities, management and administration, repair and maintenance, cleaning and snow removal, and realty taxes. We'll make another note on this that we are going to edit this document to include one more, and that is business taxes. The reason that we talk about business taxes is that typically in a parking operation, everything comes off the top end. So whatever that parking lot generates, all of the expenses are coming off of that top end, including the business taxes. Now, whether the business taxes are being handled by the leasee, if there is a lease agreement, or whether it's a management agreement, it's still coming off that top end. There's no other income coming into that parking lot unless there's another source for that parking lot, like a sign or something like that. So everything comes off that top end. If you turn over to page 8, you can see parking expense ratios. So we looked at some parking situations, and we tried to come up with an expense ratio. The median was 46.19, average 47.26. We've gone with a 45% expense ratio for surface parking. That is typical. In fact, that is actually the modeled amount that the city has quoted us as being their expense ratio. In terms of capitalization rates, well, there are none. That is part of the problem with parking. So surface parking, standalone surface parking, open market, there is low risk to it. I wouldn't say that there's no risk to it. However, the problem is where are we in terms of the capitalization rates? Most capitalization rate sales are not reflective of the parking income. So with most property type sales, we can look at a sale of an office building, look at its income, study it over 2 to 3 or even 5 years, and see exactly how much it generates on a net operating basis after stabilizing. That sale would be reflective of that income. And that is the case for most property types. That is not the case for parking. If you have a parking lot that sells, it's likely that that price is reflective of something else. Whether it's a speculative decision, generally the purchasers tend to be looking down the road as to what it will become in terms of what they pay for it. So trying to generate a capitalization rate essentially becomes a futile effort because it's not based on that income generation potential of that parking lot. Now, is there any relativity to the other stock of other property types in the downtown? Well, parking tends to support the most predominant sector in the downtown, which is the office sector. That is the reason that we put the capitalization rates for the office sector here. Now, what we observed from the capitalization rates that were issued by the brokerage firms, if we look at the Q16 and Q18 reporting that they've done for downtown office A, downtown office B, office suburban A, office suburban B, not relative because we're looking at the downtown here, but what we can say is that in terms of a basic point compression, there has been literally no compression in terms of the offices in the A sector and B sector in the downtown. So the first thing that you have to take into account is why did the capitalization rate change? I would say that there's not enough evidence to suggest that it has changed. So to begin with, you're starting at a 5, but that is essentially for a standalone parking lot. So we're talking about a parking lot that sits on its own. It may become something else. It has that potential to become something else. We're dealing with a property that functions as one economic unit. That parking lot is supporting that office building. So we think it deserves slightly different capitalization rates. Highest and best use section. We put this section in here because most parking lots have may have a different highest and best use. What we can say about a parking lot is that its use is transitional. So it's basically caught in a loop at this point where it is functioning as a parking lot. It was probably something before that, and it will likely become something else in the future. Now, when that will happen is the hard part. It's really hard to figure out when that will become. Often it's related to the type of property that you have. One of the reasons that 225 Carlton, for example, where True North went in, one of the reasons that property sold and became something relatively quickly is because of the basic shape of that property. It was about 70,000 square feet, more than an acre, perfectly square, perfect for a large development. Now, if you have another property that is not so much perfect, 351 Smith, across from the Burton Cummings Theatre. That parking lot was a church before that. It was the first Presbyterian church in Western Canada. Now, it became a parking lot in the 1950s, late 1950s. It is still a parking lot, and it probably will continue to be a parking lot because of the basic configuration of the lot. When you take into account setbacks and other access issues, it doesn't actually work too well. So that is one of the reasons that development hasn't happened then. And simply, maybe there isn't enough demand to actually, basically cause someone to say, how can I make this parking lot work? A basic square parking lot with 70,000 square feet is a no-brainer. It doesn't take too much to actually envision what can go in there. And it was, 2 rather large buildings that went in there. So we referred to parking as a transitional use. Now, I'll get into some of the key legislative and key jurisprudence a little bit later in this. In terms of the conclusion, in terms of market rents in the downtown area, they vary depending on demand and supply factors. It's apparent that the Exchange District functions differently than other parts of the downtown because of lack of supply. In contrast, the CBD, including the area known as the Shed, has the supply. However, this supply is slowly being eroded due to development pressure in the downtown. The net effect is that parking rents in the CBD will continue to go up as development slowly erodes the parking supply and will need to be addressed through development arcades. Here we can see a little map of downtown development. So there is a lot of activity in the downtown. And certainly the better lots are the ones that are likely to be developed. And these have a basic configuration. They're generally a nice rectangular shape or a nice square shape, and they have ample size. And they also have the zoning policy that allows for greater height and therefore greater density. One of the problems with the Exchange District is that there are height restrictions, so it actually affects the density that can go in there. So in terms of the gross median monthly rent in the Exchange District, we have $195. That's what we went with in terms of the overall value here. In fact, I think we actually came out slightly higher than the assessor on the rent. And that is because we've observed that the Exchange District has slightly higher rents. We're not trying to hide that. The range of rents go from $115 to $225. So again, there is a large variance in the Exchange District. In the CBD, the median gross monthly rent is $185, and the rates range between $145 and $220. Location is the key factor, and rates are higher in locations that are situated on nodes such as Graham, St. Mary, and Portage and Main. Outside of the CBD and Exchange District, rates fall significantly. Again, location is the key factor. However, the median gross monthly rate drops to $130 in areas directly outside of the downtown. Expense ratios we've gone over, 45%. Cap rates, we've suggested that 5% is the cap rate. And that is, again, for standalone parking. We reviewed some of the sales, and I really apologize for making these charts. I think I'm going to flip them around and actually try and make them larger. However, we looked at quite a few transactions of parking lots, and the general consensus is that parking lots are either being bought to support some other use. So the sale is often motivated. So, for example, the first property there on the list, Spence Street, 12,883 square feet, sold for $950,000. Now, when we looked at the income for this property, the cap rate that we got was absolutely atrocious. I mean, it was in the 1% neighborhood, I think. So we knew that the income was not reflective of that. We suspected it. We had a talk with Timber Creek Asset Management. And what they told us is that essentially they were motivated to purchase that parking lot as overflow for the lease of their property on 500 Portage Avenue. That is why they paid that price for it. Now, the next one over, which is Colony Street. And again, we were kind of wondering what was the motivation for this purchase. So we had a talk with the owner. So it says the director of the company, Justin Beaulieu, who was also one of the agents in the original marketing of the site, spoke with Justin on September 23rd, 2019 at 3:15 p.m. Justin indicated the site was not purchased for its parking income. Owner stated that his plans were to make advantage of the RMFL zoning on it and build a multi-residential property. Plans were, again, subsequently plans were approved to actually build that multi-residential property. So again, when we talk to these people, they're telling us, duh, we're not purchasing it for the parking income, we're purchasing it for something else. On the next page over, you can see some of the sales of, and these are just general vacant lands, these are not parking related. And we can see exactly how they're behaving in the downtown. The next appendix over, Appendix 3, this is kind of a study that came out of the US, maybe not relevant to our situation. However, what it is saying is that their parking rates, their parking capitalization rates are often reflective of they're kind of a blend. So I'm just going to quote some of the paragraph here, which I think is important here. It should be noted that parking facilities include both surface parking lots as well as parking garages. However, because surface parking lots are more adaptive, many investors often report cap rates based on the assumption that the space will eventually be repurposed. The end result is that the parking facility cap rates primarily relate to parking structures, garages. And again, the only reason for putting that in there is for making you understand that parking capitalization rates are not reflective of the income potential of those parking lots. They're reflective of something else. The next thing is guidelines to parking rents, and this was actually released by the Appraisal Institute of Canada. We included it in there. So in terms of our methodology, we've quoted this in terms of how we rationalized a lot of our parking valuation. You can have a read through it. So again, in terms of getting back to the capitalization rate, one of the reasons that I chose a higher capitalization rate for this was that, again, we don't have a standalone situation here. We have a situation where this parking lot is essentially functioning as one economic unit with the building beside it. There would be additional cost to separating the two out. So I stand by my decision to give it a slightly higher capitalization rate. The total value that I'm suggesting is $2,515,894 or $2,516,000 rounded. That's my presentation.
Mr. Cole.
Sorry, I just want to dig in there. Back to, you're choosing what average are you using for your rental rate for your property? Just to confirm.
The office portion,
Yeah.
$750.
And so you're using all the rest of the standard parameters except for
This,
cap.
yeah, and the non-replicable.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. Actually, the capitalization rate, I mean, there's a slight difference between us. Here, I believe it's 7.8. Yeah, we're at 8.
I'll just generally speak, you've started working with all this since 2018, it feels like, right?
I think just before that.
Okay, so, but board-wise, you could,
2018.
20.
Yeah.
How many parking lot capitalization rates changes have you recommended for yourself and Maltus and totality?
I think the capitalization rates.
How often does it come up?
I don't know. I mean, it has changed, but I mean, I would say that my take on parking has evolved, and it will probably continue to evolve. It's one of these subjects that I think, I'm continuously trying to learn things about and find out how it works. I don't think anybody has correct answers on it, or at least the whole picture. Just to answer your question, I mean, yes, the rates have varied that I presented, but I think that's partly due to the fact that my understanding of parking has changed.
I guess my main point was predominantly the matching of cap rates hasn't been an issue for a number of cycles.
So
Would that be generally?
Let me try and answer that. If I had a parking lot with this very same scenario where we had them on separate titles, there would be no question that I would have a lower cap rate on it. It's the fact that these are essentially one economic unit, functioning as one is supporting the other. I find it hard to distinguish between the two, and I find it hard to think that the capitalization rate that the city uses for standalone parking, and by what I mean by standalone parking is parking lots on their own, no other supporting use.
I've got a couple other questions regarding that. So it's one economic unit, you're treating it as one economic unit. I'm just looking at your page 2, I'm seeing advertising for parking. Obviously, it's on their website. How much of this parking lot is dedicated to the building itself? 100%?
Yeah, we don't have the actual information, but in terms of what's there, I would say that predominantly in the building, yeah.
Well, my point is, if this is under lease, would it not be under lease to Robertson? Meaning they have full control over the parking lot?
Well, sure, but they also have.
So why would there be any advertising at all for in parking?
They also have students, right?
It'd be non-open to market, similar to Workers' Compensation Board at 333 Broadway. It's a parking lot, but it's not open to market, so there'd be no advertising for market on it. But yet we see advertising for anyone to park on it. So is there like a small percentage of it? Is it predominantly open?
I would say that in terms of who rents there, I would say that it's predominantly the building and the students that attend there. Whether it can be rented by someone else, I'm not sure. It probably can, but again, predominantly supporting that use. So that's.
So just so I'm clear, I could go park there if I wanted to. Anyone could go park there if they wanted to. At one point, where would market say, I'll give you X amount to park there versus I'll pay a student and they wouldn't be able to park there?
Yeah, I can't answer that.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Slutsky?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Fadden?
I have no questions.
Similarly, I have no questions. Thank you very much. Time now is 12:05, going on 10. We have 3 more to do, which could take us a little while. Would anybody object to a lunch break?
Whatever you want.
Yeah, I have no issues with that. Yeah.
Okay, we will, let's say we resume at 1 o'clock. So we can resume, and we will do so with 90 Market Avenue. Mr. Paul.
There's a non-compliance element to this appeal. I'll read the file number first. File number is 193564. Roll number is 130990699130. Address is 90 Market, and the 2020 assessment is for $3,495,000. I'm asking for non-compliance and section 53(3)B. If there's a reduction, that it follows from 54 to 3.2. If you look at my page 12, there's a photograph here, photograph of the property. Component of this is an outdoor parking lot. On page 14, is the entity that was submitted. They report apartment rent, a global rent. They report the stall count, but they don't report the hourly rate. So we need all 3 components. We need the parking rent, the annual rent. We need the stall count. We need the hourly rates. If there's multiple rates, we did not report that. From that, they failed to report component that we asked for, and as such, I'm asking for non-compliance.
give us the lowdown?
You don't wanna hand it up then?
Yeah, yes, please.
So this is a parkade that dealt with non-compliance. An element of this appeal was non-compliance. I personally did this appeal in 2017. This was for a 2012 appeal. You'll see on page 2, highlighted under the preliminary matters is point 2, whether the burden of proof should be placed on the owner pursuant to section 59(6) of the Act. That's a sister clause of the municipal board. And then point 4 on the next page, whether if there is a reduction in assessed value, that the benefits of the reduction should be deferred for 1 year under section 60.2, another sister act to the municipal board. So on page 4, highlighted point 2, yes, there was a failure. They failed to report the stall rate and the stall count. This case here, they failed to report the stall rate. And the deferral would be determined after the hearing was concluded. Because I was seeking an increase at this board. They had to determine what the value was before they did. If there was an increase, there'd be no deferral. It only applies to the reductions. If you look at the last 2 pages of the document, you can see the INEs, or the INE that was submitted. We submitted the INE in full. You can see that they have the annual rent for the parking, but they missed the stall count, they missed the stall rate. So we need to stall all 3 parameters to come up with the gross rent, and then you take the expenses out to determine what the net rent would be. In this case here, if you're just looking at what was reported, we have a gross rent of $106 per stall, based on the 56,306 and 44 stalls. That works out to be about $106.
$106?
$106, which is a far cry from market, given the fact that our net stall rate for downtown parking in this area is $103. Main point is, we asked for this information, they failed to report it. Once that failure has occurred, and I've proven that failure, the board is mandated to apply the non-compliance. So I can get into it further if I need to, but I think we're pretty familiar with this.
Well, it'll be worth a few questions at least.
Oh yeah.
Mr. Navarro, your response?
Sure. I also have a package. In terms of this property in general, I don't have any questions right now. I think I'll address it in.
We're just dealing with the preliminary issue now.
Yeah, this
So,
is
do you-
regarding the preliminary issue.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
that's fine. I
Yeah.
want your response to the fact that this has been raised. We've got to determine first which way we're gonna decide on that preliminary
Right.
issue, so we need both arguments and questions on
If he
both
doesn't
sides.
want to ask any questions, he doesn't have to, you can address it all in rebuttal, just what I think you're going for.
Is that what you're saying?
Completely
Okay.
fine. That's-
All right, then we may have some questions. Mr. Swasky, questions, or Mr. Pohl?
Well, you made the request for information when?
Well, they got the ID, they,
You got the, okay.
they failed to report, and from this, we can include it in our model, we can include it in our appeal defense. If I'm looking at this, I'm looking at 106 stall gross, it doesn't make any sense, because that's,
Do you have time to do any follow-up to inquire?
we do not follow up with the IDs once they fail to report. That's been very clear in Litcherson, and it's been very clear in both. Basically, it's the exact same issue we have at 223 James, except they included the stall count. They didn't include the stall rate. From this point, I can't tell if there's vacancy occurring within the lot. Is it all being leased out? Is some of this under contract? I don't know.
Fine, you've answered my question, thank you.
Ms. McFadden?
I have no further questions.
Okay. The property that we are dealing with is a little bit different from the municipal board case in that the municipal board case, they only supplied one of three factors, to maybe
Yeah.
summarize what you were describing. This one provides two out of three
We need all three.
factors. Okay, now, I'd like to explore why all three. One could, on the face of it, say, take the parking revenue, the number of stalls, divided by the number of stalls, divided by 12, you've got a monthly rate there,
At 106.
and tell me why that's not sufficient and where does the bit about expenses come in?
Okay. We determine from, if I'm looking at this for a field events, whether it gets included in the mall or not, if I'm looking at a field events, I look at it, go, well, was there vacancy on the lot? Is this gross rent actually charged to the parking stalls? Is some of this rent being accumulated in the leases? It doesn't indicate it on the I&E. When I'm looking here, I can't make that determination. I need that gross, the gross rent asking of it.
And you can make that determination if you got hourly rate,
Yes.
daily rate, monthly
Because I
rate?
can sit there and I can go, and this is more, not just in this parking lot here, but it's downtown as well. I can make out transient parking, after hours parking, I can make out what the monthly stall count is. I can make out if some of these stalls are sitting empty, then you can make out, well, it's performing as well as it could. Are we high on rent? Are they high on rent? Is that why they're not filling out as much? Or are they low? I mean, low on rent should just be full. If you're under market by a significant degree, you should have no vacancy within this lot in this area. I can't make that determination.
And, sorry, the vacancy is apparent, how does that become apparent if you've got the hourly rate, daily rate, monthly rate?
Because if I have the hourly rate, or the daily rate, or however you want to run it, you obviously see your monthly rate. If you work out that monthly rate to calculate to be the same as what's annually reported, you know that that's being.
They're all
based on-
monthly
and they're
renters.
full.
Yeah.
Or you can make it out, say, this is what they're reporting, plus they're reporting the hourly rates, you can say, okay, this was outperforming just the monthly rate, it's getting higher. Or on the flip side of that, you can say, here's the hourly rate, here's what they reported, as you can see, it doesn't match. So this lot is sitting half empty, or this lot's not performing as well as it could be. These are the things that you can work out from that. At that point, you can come up with a benchmark of where market is for model purposes. You can say, okay, this lot here is not performing as well as it could, because it's so high in rent that it's sitting empty or half, whatever that be. Okay, this one shouldn't be included for the market rent for this area. Or on the flip side of that, you can sit there and go, well, okay, this one's full, but it's really far below what the other comparables are in the area. We shouldn't be taking that into account too, because now it's too low. But you can weed out your underperforming lots or overperforming lots based on this.
So if,
But more importantly, I want to make it clear that when we ask for that, we need the response from it. It's not a matter of, can we take an analysis and we can use it, and is it, can we do something with that information?
can you work back from what you
But
got?
sometimes you can, sometimes you can't, sometimes you include it, sometimes you can't. It's a data request form, so when we request that data, we need to receive a response from that data. So the only thing that the panel has to determine is, did we ask for it? Was there a failure? And then you have to look and see if there's an abuse of the assessment authority in that case. Am I asking for something that's inappropriate to be asked for? So this is exactly what we would do to determine downtown parking. So this is how we would do to include in our models, this is how we would include for field defense, whether it be subject or whether I'm using it as a comparable for other properties that I'd be valuing.
So if you had the revenue, the number of stalls, and monthly rate filled in, the other two not filled in, monthly rate
Say that
times the
again,
stalls
sorry.
added up.
So the
would you-
monthly rate?
Yeah, you got the monthly rate,
Yeah,
you got the 44,
yeah.
it adds up to the annual revenue.
But you said 2 out of the other, you'd have 3 out of 3 then?
You'd have 3 out of 3.
Yeah.
But would you be here asking for non-compliance because hourly rate and daily rate were not included? Or would you just make the assumption that there's just a monthly rate?
No, I would be asking for, I've been very consistent and clear, so is our department, is all 3 parameters need to be inclusive.
All 3, so, well, all 3 parameters, but
Sorry, all
within the
3.
third one, 3 of those 3. that you do
Oh,
want
sorry, I see what you're
hourly,
saying.
daily, and monthly.
If they don't report that they have an hourly, or if they don't report that they have a daily, not all lots are leased like that, I can't make that determination. They can put a line through it if there isn't or not applicable. I wouldn't be asking if they reported an hourly and they reported a stall count and they reported their annual, I would be asking for non-compliance.
Oh, I see, okay. All right.
Sorry, I
Yeah,
catch up with
yeah,
what you're
yeah.
planning to use.
Can I follow up on
Yes.
that? I'm having trouble following that, some of your argument here, because if they have an hourly rate and a daily rate and a monthly rate, it's not at all unusual to have, for even people coming in, to have no idea about how that's rented. You could have multiple combinations of those kinds of things that might come out to the same number and it might not come out to the same
If we
number.
were talking Portage Parkade or City Place Parkade, we know there's hourly rates in there, we know there's transient, we know all of that. If they
But it
didn't-
doesn't tell you how many of each or why. And that information can't tell you that.
But from this lot here, it's pretty clear that this isn't leased out per hour or on a daily basis, I don't believe. So that's at that point getting to the point where I would be comfortable asking for non-compliance on it.
Well, if you're making an assumption that it's only being rented on a monthly basis, then I fail to see.
They're not
Problem
reporting a
is-
stall rate of any kind. Let's change it to a different property type class to keep everything equitable. If you had a building, any building, and they reported a leasable area, and they reported the annual rental value, the global for the building, and didn't give you any lease rates, we would be having this discussion. I think we would be getting non-compliance.
Sorry?
Because they're not reporting the actual CRU leasable rates. So we wouldn't be able to use that information in any measurable way to determine what market value would be at that reference period. It is important, this is not a little thing. We've had issues with parking, going back on numerous municipal board appeals that I've had. Last one in particular is 333 Broadway, like I mentioned prior, where because of the parking parameters that aren't being reported, we were significantly under market value for some of these surface lots. We need the proper information that we ask for to include on our models to ensure that everyone's being equitably assessed. It's a very important issue. I think, in my case, if you look at all the issues that you're going to hear as a tribunal, non-compliance is the most important one. Bar none, my eyes. You need to have the right information coming in to review, to include in your model, and to defend your model, to make sure that equitable assessments are achieved. If you start with poor data coming in on one particular property class, that makes a deviation from true market value, and we shouldn't be contemplating not doing that. My eyes, the way I read Literacy, the way I read Boeing, and the information that's coming from that, the assessor job is to prove a failure to the panel, to the tribunal, and once that failure has been proven, within this context of is it use of assessment authority, should we be asking for it? For instance, if you had a large OFB downtown and you had 3 parking stalls that are underneath the canopy, and you miss that, well, that's not non-compliance, that's just a layer. So you can't go after non-compliance for that, that would be an abuse of assessor authority. Or if we were asking for something that had nothing to do with what we were doing for evaluation purposes, that would be another instance, you can review that. What we're asking for is simply for a parking component on a property, the actual stall rate that they're charging, and they didn't report it. So we've given them the opportunity to respond, and they did not. So in this case,
You don't believe there's any issue of materiality here? I mean, this is a fairly small lot, so that you can make an assumption here. If it was
Absolutely.
200 parking spots, it would be a different
Absolutely
thing.
not. We should never be looking at, well, this is a large property and they have a large tax bill versus this is the smallest property in the city and smallest tax bill. We should be treating everyone equally.
I'm asking you the question actually though, in terms of what you can assume out of the information on small one versus
Well,
what you
I can't assume what the parking rent is.
You actually just did.
No, I can't
A
assume
few
what
minutes ago.
I'm gonna make it clear. I can't assume that after what's being reported on the parking rent, because they've been given actual rate. Like, am I supposed to assume that after we go through here and we take what their annual rental value is, divided by the stall count by the months, $106 is net. That's what it should be.
Is that good or bad? Like,
That's bad.
and
That's
the
not
kind of
right.
rate that it ought to be is?
We have
how much?
$103.50 net. So basically, we have no expenses on this lot, we have no anything here.
But your form isn't asking for any expenses on the lot.
Snow removal. You wouldn't be removing it from,
So you don't think that that's, okay.
that's the major factor for surface parking.
Okay.
You could have some hydro associated with the lot, but snow removal is typically the largest component of. You could have fluctuating repair to the asphalt. Typically, you wouldn't have too much. on
Yeah,
any given
you're
year.
not breaking out expenses according to whether it's the parking lot or the building.
No, no. In this case here, they simply failed to report the parking rates. And I would need that for appeal defense here today. I'd need that if I'd be doing an appeal defense for the downtown area. I pool through these source documents. I use that to come up with what global perspective rent is. Then I go through the expenses. I come up with what the net is. I see how they're performing. I can see if there's a lot that's underperforming or asking a little bit too much for, or one that's completely full and they're asking less than market. So that's why they're completely full. You can make that determination, and then from that you come down to where you feel market should be. But without that information, the starting point of the analysis would be skewed.
And
No different. There's no different if you, like I said, if you had an office building downtown where they just reported the global rate and they didn't report any of the stall or any of the CRD rates. What would you do with it?
Are there lots where an hourly rate may be relatively high relative to the monthly rates, and other lots where that relationship is somewhat different?
Depending, yeah, I mean downtown.
It's conceivable.
Downtown next to the PS Center is huge demand. If you look at the other lots, go with the extreme end of it, between Higgins and Israeli, their hourly rates are higher in relationship to the monthly.
To the monthlies, yeah, okay.
And you can really see it in those lots, because some of them have, when you do the analysis as I'm indicating here, you can see that a lot of times they're sitting half empty, because there's simply no draw.
And so, the, sort of like the per unit cost of the user could be quite different between hourly, daily, and monthly, as in, you may get a break on the daily rate if you're there for 8 hours. It's not just 8 times the hourly rate.
Yeah.
That's typical. Same with monthly. It's not just X times the daily rate. There may be some different amount if you're actually, you're getting a break if you're gonna rent it for the whole month. Does that happen?
You mean if they're not 8 to 8 till 5 kind of thing, Monday to Friday? It would depend on how the lot's been managed. If they're reporting that, we can include it in our models. Typically, like I said, further to downtown and around, you have your transient parking, your hourly parking, your random parking, your 6 to 6 reserve, your 24/7 reserve. All those have different reported rents. So I think we're kind of getting off the fact that what I'm asking for is non-compliance based on a failure to report. All I have to do is prove that they failed to report, and then there's no assessor use in context with that, and the panels, both in this board and at the Board of Division, should be granting it. Any subjectivity to that, it gets right back to the Richardson where it offers the panel a chance to rewrite legislation, and that's not the case.
But there is the notion of substantial compliance, and we have to determine whether it was substantial or not.
That question was
So-
answered in 223 James, the last recent one that challenged this.
Well, however,
I
they
mean-
only provided one factor, and you only got two
Let's
factors.
be realistic here. They provided all the expense side of it, that's fine. They didn't provide the stall or the stall count, this is non-compliance, exactly how illustrated that in the.
Yeah, all I'm working at, Mr. Pohl, is how much of what you need is provided by the fact that they have the number of stalls and the parking revenue. Therefore, you can divide that by 44, divided by 12, you've got
Okay,
a
let me
putative monthly
let me
rate.
address it a different way. First of all, address the failure. There's failure to report at all, mentioned in Richardson and referenced in Bowen again. and there is failure time, handing in late, mentioned in literacy reference and going, and there's an inadequacy of failure. You didn't receive the information you asked for. That's mentioned in both literacy and reference and going. So that covers, this is a failure based on inadequate response. As far as, I lost my train of thought there.
Well, I think that we've already determined, though, that you will accept an INE without every single line having either a numeral in it or a stroke through it.
Right.
And so that's where our difficulty comes in. I just want to try to be assured that there was not substantial compliance here before we make the decision that
Well,
they're going to be the reversal.
test that against other property type classes. Would you consider this if they didn't report, like I said, for any office building, if they didn't report what their CRU leasable rents are, like leasable rates, would you consider that substantial?
I think that's a significant point to make. Thank you.
So this property type class here, we've had difficulties with leading up to this. It's gotten better. I'm at that, but it's difficult when a few property management companies run basically the majority of the lots and they don't report. So based on that, every year they're going up, we're continually under market. We're trying to address that now. There is non-compliance matter here.
May I direct a question to the?
Any other questions from?
No.
No? Go ahead.
You just gave this example of a CRU in an office building. If that rent was missing, you would go after the penalty, correct? Now, if that rent were incorrect in some way, for example, was not reflective of market, would you still?
Okay, let me clarify what I meant. If you had, there's 44 stalls here, say you had 44 CRU built in March, and they didn't report a single CRU rental rate, that'd be going after non-compliance. If they reported 43 of the 44 or 41 out of the 44, that wouldn't be non-compliant. They're reporting a majority of it. Now, if they had two major tenants in that building and only a handful of secondary CRUs, and they didn't report the major tenants, I'd be going after non-compliance. So there is subjectivity that needs to be looked at.
Can you tell me if this is consistent within your department, whether other assessors are using the same parameters that you're using in this case to determine non-compliance and applying it the same way?
Well, I can address it straight from Richardson if you want to.
No, I'm asking if other assessors are.
I'll do that, and I'll do Richardson first. There's something that Richardson speaks to, there's not to be some administrative unevenness between one assessor and the other. Whether one assessor and the other asks for it or not is not the determining factor, whether there's non-compliance or not. It's simple. Is there a failure to report? Did we give the opportunity to report? And if so, is there an abusive assessor with that context? Now, whether another assessor, and I've had it in the past where I've reviewed information where an assessor didn't ask for it, that doesn't bear any bearing on what the current panel is being asked to do. I even have missed a few non-compliances. I go through every INE as best as I could. I've missed a few of them. That doesn't mean the next assessor review something can't ask for non-compliance. It's factual based. Did we ask for it? Did they respond? If they didn't respond, then it's up to the tribunal to review whether it's abusive assessor authority for asking for it or the non-compliance is granted.
And if also I may ask, now you've stated that these rates are integral in determining the market rent of this property, yet I've had numerous instances where other assessors have told me that that's not the case. So exactly
I
what
can get
is
it
the message?
I can get it straight from the whole emphasis.
I understand what Litcherson and Boeing are saying, but when it comes to parking valuation, there seems to be an inconsistency in what your department is presenting.
I don't think there's been any inconsistency on my part. We've handled this this level. I've handled it at the municipal court level. We were back at the municipal court for this very property with Aldis, yourself, and Mr. Newman. We've been very consistent all the way through. And not only has it been consistent, it was reviewed by myself, it was reviewed by management, ATD management, it was reviewed by our legal staff, and we were sitting at the municipal board waiting for an order to come to confirm what we already had been granted.
So your position is that the market rents that are, the published market rents are how we determine parking income?
Well, we take our information from the INEs, and that's what we get.
Because the INEs don't necessarily reflect the parking rates.
Well, that's precisely the whole point. We base an entire goal on agents. Unless we're gonna be holding all the ownership, people who are the authorized agents who are actually filling these out. You can read it here in the signature, flagged out.
Sure.
Where we ask that you understand that making any false statement or material here, or fact herein will subject me and the property to the penalties described above. Are you saying that they don't have to produce accurate?
So what I'm saying, is that my experience has been that when I see one of those INEs for standalone parking lot, what I'll see is the parking income with the expenses coming to a net operating income. Sometimes the rates will be there, sometimes they won't. But that is typically what I will see in there. Now, this is a building and a parking lot, okay? Now, those expenses are blended into that INE, correct?
The snow cleared removal will be predominantly for
Right.
the lot,
Right.
right?
Now, the position that I took is that I'm looking at these parking rates and I'm doing much the same exercise that I'm doing as I would with a rent that didn't fit into market. I would simply flip to market. Now, they've provided two things here. They've obviously provided something that reflects possibly a very low parking rent. Now, at that point, you could have decided to simply discard that and go to market, but instead you chose to go with a penalty.
Because they
Now,
failed
can you
to-
tell me how you
because-
got to that?
Because they failed to report. We treat everyone equitably in the same way. If there's an expense item or an income item that we need, that may be inclusive of a model, that may not be, that's covered in the Municipal Assessment Act. Not everything that we review can we make something of, but we do need that data information coming in. So we have asked for that. I would personally use this as far as appeal defense for my line of work. I would be reviewing it for this property and other comparable properties. If I'd be generating a global rent, I can use this. This is exactly what we use it for. That's not, if you're getting into, that's kind of an abuse of assessor authority, that's precisely not what's happening. To insinuate that it's not appropriate for us to expect a response from a property that has a parking lot component to it, to get the actual rental rates from it, is not outside of reason. So, and I'd like to point out, like, just so we can get this clear, to my other point that I kind of lost my train of thought on, I have sat through this tribunal level for a better part of it, more than a decade, where I've used these INEs, and these INEs used against our position on market rent from the agents, where they'll go and they'll take these parameters and go, well, as you can see here, this has been sitting half empty, so therefore the risk is higher. You can see that the market rent should be lower. I've been sitting across from Altus, and they do a really good job doing it. So if the agents need to determine what market can be and whether they're in line with market, then why can't the assessment departments get the same information?
Any other questions?
Nope.
A couple more that I've got. Sorry to drag this out, but to me this is significant. Am I correct in understanding that you need this information filled out, as specified, has not been filled out, both for the purposes of the specific assessment of this property on appeal, but also for general assessment purposes as well?
Yes.
Is there any difference between those two usages as to at what point you would be satisfied with sufficient information? Like if you had daily rate and monthly rate, for instance, that would be sufficient for this appeal, maybe not so much for general assessment, but you would let that slide? Is there any difference like that between the
No, well,
the
we
two
would need that
usages?
information for modelers to work from, they run independently from me, I don't do the model, they would need it to review. When I come to review an appeal, I'd be looking at how's this stall rate performing? How is it in line with market, is it higher than market, is it under market? Then on the opposite side of that, if I'm appealing other properties in and around downtown and they have parking component to it, I would be looking for this INE, as I often do for other properties, and go, how's this perform, where's the nearest 10 comparables to this? And I'd be going through the analysis. Granted, they're most likely within this board level, we're trying to get a more depth and detail. That's what I would be doing. Without that information, I can't do that.
All right. My last question then, hopefully, is, we, in order to address this issue of substantial compliance, have to look at, well, maybe it's not on this form, but did you have it someplace else? For instance, was it reported last year and it's in your drawer and you just didn't bother to look at it, kind of thing? Or for that matter, is this parking lot operated by Impark, and they have a sign like we saw with a previous case, where you can see that they show their hourly rates and their daily rates, and you can take it off a photograph, for instance. Is there any other source of that information that could have been accessed by?
And this was addressed at legal when we went through this last time, James. The direct source is the authorized signature on this line. It's not the prior ID, it's not where they filled out every other year. It's not whether it's on the Impark's website, it's on this actual income expense form signed to be completely true and accurate. That signature needs a relationship to what's being requested, and that's not the case here.
And in both Litchison and Boeing, was the determination that you did not have to look to anything other than this form?
I'm stating what our legal position was at the.
Okay, but what was the determination by the court?
We were waiting for, oh, you're already talking about, oh, sorry, I was getting.
Boeing and Litchison.
Litchison, Boeing, I don't think it referenced that. Litchison it did, but our position at the, for 223 for the 2014 appeal at the municipal board, which was waiting to be reheard. Our position from our legal side was that's exactly how I stated it. We rely on the source document with a source authorized signature. So we're not taking third-hand or second-hand or fourth-hand information. We're looking out on a website that we can really trying to work our way back from it. So, but getting to your other point, is Impark running this lot? Impark is one of the main tenants in the building. So you have actual Impark running out of 90 units 3, 4, and 5 90 market.
And do you have a photo showing what their hourly and daily rates are? No. Okay, that's all my questions. Your information. I could have 2 minutes to renew my parking, which I should have done. Okay.
Okay, I'll just start off here. This shouldn't take long. There's only, I believe, about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages here, so it shouldn't take too long. So as you can see in Part A, this is titled "The Assessor is breaching his duty to be fair in making this request." The request by the assessor in this case amounts to a breach of his common law duty to be fair, and this conduct cannot be sanctioned by this board. The duty to be fair has been set forth by the Supreme Court of Canada in the case of Cardinal versus Director of Kent Institution, 1985, where the court stated as follows: "There is a duty of procedural fairness lying on every public authority making an administrative decision which is not of a legislative nature and which affects the rights, privileges, or interests of an individual. In this case, the administrative decision made by the assessor is to inappropriately request the imposition of penalties in circumstances where it is clear that the taxpayer has made best efforts to provide the requested information that is in the taxpayer's possession and control. This inappropriate decision by the assessor in turn has serious consequences affecting the rights and interests of that taxpayer to seek warranted corrections in the assessment and property taxes levied based on the erroneous assessment. In the Alberta case of Boardwalk REIT LLP versus the City of Edmonton 2008, the court had occasion to review the assessor's duty at some length and provided very instructive comments that have application to this case, similar to our section 54.32. The Alberta legislation provides for the request for information by the assessor and a penalty for failure to comply with a request. Municipal Government Act, Chapter M26, duty to provide information. 295, Section 1, a person must provide on request by an assessor any information necessary for the assessor to carry out the duties and responsibilities of an assessor under Parts 9 to 12 and the regulation. No person may make a complaint in the year following the assessment year under Section 460, or in the case of designated industrial property under Section 492(1) about an assessment if the person has failed to provide any information requested under subsection 1 within 60 days from the date of the request. Based on the guidance provided by the Supreme Court in the Cardinal case, the court found that the assessor did have a duty to be fair, as the assessor does not in this case. The court went on to provide insight into the contents of the duty to be fair and stated as follows: the real question is what that duty of fairness requires. Its contents are discussed in Baker versus Min of Sit, and that passage is long and must be summarized, but they always depend upon the nature of the decision being made, the nature of the statutory scheme, and the terms of the statute pursuant to which the body operates, the importance of the decision to the individuals affected, the legitimate expectations of the persons challenging the decision, and the choices of procedure made by the agency itself. Ag Pro Grain Management Services versus Lacombe City, 2006. Each criteria points to the assessors having to give the appellant a meaningful opportunity to remedy the information problem, defend itself, or both. The appellant argues here only one breach of the duty of fairness. The assessor should have told it that certain answers seemed incomplete and given it a chance to fill in the gap. That very moderate argument easily meets each of the 5 Ag Pro criteria. Evidence showed, for instance, that such communications had been the assessor's policy in past years. The assessor changed the policy without warning. Therefore, the assessor violated natural justice and had no right to move to quash all 90 appeals to the Assessment Review Board summarily without any kind of notice of default to the appellant. Simple fairness entitles a citizen to speak to a government decision maker before the entity abrogates all of his or her rights. The appellant taxpayer lost all because the assessor made 2 decisions here. First, not to tell the appellant perceived flaws in its answers and instead to wait until after assessment. Second, to move to quash all the appeals. Those 2 decisions let the assessor pick virtually any assessment figure he wished. So the assessor's decision to lie in the weeds and reveal nothing to the taxpayer petrified any flaw or omission by either of them, even one formerly easy to correct. It became irretrievable after assessments. All this violated the rules of natural justice and procedural fairness. None of that can stand on appeal. The summary dismissals by the Assessment Review Board and the municipal government were unreasonable for a host of reasons. They contravened both the Municipal Government Act and the administrative law duties of procedural fairness and natural justice. The concerns expressed by the court in Boardwalk case as to the assessor's conduct and breach of his duty to be fair are precisely the same in this case. As shown in the attached materials, the previous replies presented exactly the same information, exactly the same format as the 2017 information. No penalty was requested in that case, as it should be given the fact that the taxpayer was using best efforts to provide the information in its possession and control. As it has continued to do since that time, the assessors in this case decided to lie in the weeds and reveal nothing to the taxpayer, violating the rules of natural justice and procedural fairness. This board cannot let this decision stand. The assessor's request for penalties leads to an absurd result that will frustrate the intent of the legislation. The Supreme Court of Canada in Bon Secours versus Comité Urbain de Quebec commented on the modern principles of statutory interpretation of tax legislation. The court cited the comments of Estate in the Queen versus Golden. In Stubbart, the court recognized that in the construction of taxation statutes, the law is not confined to a literal and virtually meaningless interpretation of the act, where the words will support on a broader construction a conclusion which is workable in harmony with the evident purposes of the act in question. Strict construction in the historic sense no longer finds a place in the canons of interpretation applicable to the taxation statutes in an era such as the present, where taxation serves many purposes in addition to the old and traditional object of raising the cost of government from a somewhat unenthusiastic public. The court further cited Dickinson C.J. and Brompton Trust versus the Queen 1987 concerning the trend away from strict construction of taxation statutes, and then stated the following: in light of this passage, there is no longer any doubt that interpretation of tax legislation should be subject to the ordinary rules of construction. At page 87 of his tax construction statutes, second edition, 1983, fittingly summarizes the basic principles. The words of an act are read in their entire context and in their grammatical and ordinary sense harmoniously with the scheme of the act, the object of the act, and the intent of Parliament. The fundamental question then is this: what is the purpose of the sections under the examination? The Manitoba courts have previously held that the purpose of section 16, 53, and 54 of the Act are not to punish, but rather to facilitate the gathering of information by the assessor so the role can be completed. See Winnipeg Assessor versus Laterson. Corollary of this approach was also the subject of commentary by the Alberta Court of Appeal in Boardwalk. In that case, the court stated, there is a parallel axiom of construction where an act can be construed more than one way. Courts must reject any alternative which is manifestly absurd or extremely harsh, injustice, or capricious. An automatic rigid bar to appeal from any gap in any answer would be an absurd interpretation of the act. As stated, the taxpayer has in the past and at all material times made the best efforts to provide the requested information to the assessor. The assessor's inappropriate and misguided decision in this case would completely frustrate the intent of the legislation if the taxpayer's best efforts still result in assessor request for imposition of penalties. The taxpayer will no longer be motivated to use best efforts in compliance with the request will decline. The stated valid objective of the legislation facilitating the gathering of information will be completely frustrated, leading to an absurd result and unjust in these circumstances. We accordingly submit that this board must not sanction this request, and as it represents an exceptionally poor public policy decision that will ultimately frustrate the intention of the legislation. We can see here that this question of lying in wait is a valid point, because we have all of the income and expense statements going back quite a few years. Again, the taxpayer presented his or her information in the same way, except in terms of the total counts, which have changed over the years. However, this was never pointed out in the past. Previous decisions, which again, neither assessor actually recommended a penalty on this. So we believe that there should be no penalty imposed. That's my presentation.
Questions?
Yeah, just do this as objectively as I can. You're speaking with an assessment based matter, primarily.
In terms of what's been cited,
Yeah.
so there's been citations from Alberta taken, also the Supreme Court of Canada.
Yeah, but this was, getting back to that, so it's based on an Alberta assessment, went up to the municipal board process, got reviewed. This Richardson, which was done in the 90s, which was further referenced in 2017, I believe, with Boeing versus the city assessor. This was heard at the highest court in this province, Court of Appeal, correct?
Litcherson?
Yeah, and Boeing subsequently, which they referenced back to Litcherson.
Well, I would say that Boeing's circumstances are slightly different. Are they
Just
not?
the only difference there was statutory payment of taxes versus contractual. So they referenced Litcherson in full. That appeal court would have access to any of this information as well. They disregarded any other assessment appeal from anywhere else, and they focused solely back at Litcherson, which is our legislative law, case law to use.
Well, again, I would offer that Litcherson and the subsequent Boeing case are two cases that have been heard by the appeals court.
Those core.
And the circumstances, again, are never the same. So I would say that until such a case actually goes before the appeals court, then I don't think we can just draw a blanket statement across everything.
But just from my perspective, I'm hoping you're gonna acknowledge this, that we had 3 sitting justices at Litcherson and then 3 separate sitting justices at Boeing, all review the same data and come back to Litcherson is what we use in this province.
Well, are you saying to me that if the appeals court would have read these circumstances at 90 Market Street, then they would have come to the same conclusion?
I'm saying that if Litcherson would have came back and Boeing would have came back and went, dear Mr. Assessor, you aren't being fair, you should contact then that's what we would have to do.
I would say again, those
did not.
those are relevant cases that had their moment in time. Those decisions were made based on the circumstances that were presented before the courts. And again, the circumstances are slightly different here.
Let me rephrase it a different way. If Litcherson or Boeing came back, or if Litcherson was overturned by Boeing, and they came back and said, dear Mr. Assessor, you must contact the owner or whoever they sent the ID to, would it be appropriate for the assessor to go outside of this jurisdiction and grab other case law from different provinces and try and contravene that? And would the agent, any agent in this province, be looking at anything other than Litcherson and Boeing stating, this is what you should be doing?
So I don't think either one of us is a lawyer. But if you want to argue Litcherson and Boeing in its full context, I'm willing to do that.
I'm just pointing it out, because I've seen that agents.
What I'm saying is
they
that
move
not
away from
every
the
court decision,
case law from the province.
not every court decision can apply a blanket approach to everything. So what I would say back to you is if the circumstances of 90 Market Street were brought before those very same court tribunals or those courts, would they render the same decision? And I don't think that's something that you can tell me.
Okay. Let's get to the point of failure. I just want to be clear, you want to prove what they're possession and control of, so we can prove the point of failure. Ian Park is running this lot.
I believe so. Yeah.
Ian Park is a non-arm's length tenant of this lot, meaning they manage it for the owner. They're effectively a branch of the owner, arm of the owner.
An arm of the owner.
Meaning they're not independent, they don't lease the lot and all the money that's collected off of they don't rent the lot and all the money that's collected off of the lot goes to Impark.
I'm not sure about that. The only way we can verify that is to check the business roll to see who the business assessment goes to.
If you're effectively the owner sitting before us today, should you not know that?
Well, I'm arguing realty, I'm not arguing business. What I have noted is that they do have business taxes here, so that will tell me that they are running this lot. So it is managed by Impark.
So if I look at the lot, Impark is leasing out the CRUs 3, 4, and 5, the building itself. I see no indication that they're leasing out the parking,
the actual parking lot, and whatever business money is generated off of that goes to Impark and not the owner.
Yeah, I would say that the business taxes are probably reflective of that. Otherwise, the business taxes would be missing.
So it's safe to assume that they're managing it, and some parking agreements in place, and they're effectively managing it, but they're effectively, the owner has care and control over it. They would know that. They would have to.
I would say that in most parking situations, whether leased or managed, when the actual owner delegates that duty to the parking manager, it is the parking manager's responsibility to take that
But they
information.
are not an arm's length tenant, they're effectively managing it. No different than supervising our department working underneath the hire manager. Yeah, same idea. So they do have care control over that information, and they did report it.
I can't be certain of that.
So, this INE was given to the owner, it was signed and authorized, although I blacked out the signature, confidentiality, it was received and it was signed by the owner. For the owner.
I don't think that's a question.
Okay. And if you look underneath or above the signature, it says certification. I hereby certify that all information contained on this statement is true and correct. I understand that willful making of any false statement of material fact herein will subject me and the property described to the penalties outlined in the Municipal Assessment Act, which is just above it. So we have informed the owner what we need. They do have possession and control of the information that we need, and we did inform them if they don't fill it out, that penalties could be sought against them. Just on the item.
Is there a yes or a no
Is
to that?
Yeah, I'm just confirming with you that
that they had possession of the information?
the INE, they signed and authorized that they were informed of the penalties that could arise if they didn't fill it out. And they
You
did
know
have
what,
possession and control.
I can't, based on the information, that they were in the possession and control, but I mean, again, they are being managed by a parking law.
But they're not an arm's length tenant, so they do have possession and control, that is what I'm trying to tell. There are some parking lots that are downtown that are leased as a whole. Air Canada building has one, for example, they don't report the stall rate, stall count. That's because they're actually leased out the entire lot, and all the business that's generated off of that goes to, don't want to see the parking company's name, but it goes to the parking company. So Air Canada has nothing to do with it. I
How do
know
you
that.
determine the market in those instances?
Hmm?
How do you determine the assessment in those cases?
We still have to go with what market is. We can't, if the property owner doesn't have possession and control over the information, we can't be asking harms. That's my point I'm getting at. The agent should know whether there's an arm's length agreement in place, and if there is, there's no possession and control. In this case here, Impark's actually occupying the building and they're running the lot. It doesn't appear that they're leasing the lot out and collecting all the business off of that.
Are you saying Impark is the only tenant in that building?
No, they're occupied by 3 CRUs. It's not, it's in the INE. 3, 4, and 5 units, 3, 4, and 5.
And they are not the owner?
They are not the owner. My point is, through questioning the appellant, I've proven possession and control. I've proven that Impark is managing the company, which means they're still in control, possession and control of the information. That they are not an arm's length tenant generating business off the lot, and that goes back to Impark, and no one has nothing to do with it. That would be an arm's length tenant where non-compliance could be sought. And I've proven that the INE was signed for, received, and sworn to be complete, true, and accurate, and the penalties were indicated above that if it was not completely accurate, so.
I am sorry, but I am confused. CFH Inc. is the owner.
Yes.
Impark is the operator.
Yes, of the parking lot. And
Would-
Impark is also a tenant of the building.
I'm not understanding why that is significant. Would CFH have in its possession the
Yes.
daily rates, monthly
Yes.
rates,
That's the point I made. that
If it's operated by Impark, why would the owner have that?
If you're in Park and I own the building, you lease the lot from me. I collect rent from you. I just collect the rent from you. The business entrepreneur that goes onto that lot is generating parking income. You keep that exclusively for you. I may not know what you're charging. But if you're running the lot for me, and there's a parking agreement in place, you're effectively my employee.
So this is just a parking agreement, the revenue goes to
Effectively
CFH,
employee,
it's not a lease
You get a
revenue.
percentage
that's
of
going
it,
to
you
the-
get, there's a number of it, but unless you're arm's length, which I've proven that they are not,
Okay.
then they have possession and control.
Okay.
So there are a few lots in around downtown that do have that scenario, but they're far and few between, and that's why I was double checking with the appellate now.
Okay.
So, with the rest I can deal with,
Mr. Navarro, you're looking something up on your phone? Or are you renewing your parking?
parking.
Okay,
Can I just make a submission for the non-compliance?
well, I think we need some questions as well.
Oh, yeah,
That's
sorry,
it.
I'll do this.
Sister
next time.
Swansky?
Sorry, I apologize.
I think I asked you at the beginning whether you had taken any effort to talk to the applicant about providing that additional information. And you said you didn't, I think, or you didn't have the time.
No, we don't.
Or you don't do it.
We don't actively search out. We have 12,000 some odd mailers that we mail out to property owners. And they're staggered how we do the individual property type classes. We don't do it all at once kind of thing. So we can't, there's no logistic real way for us to be mailing out, or asking or calling. We would never get to everyone at the same time. We would effectively create our own abuse of authority where we would contact some but not the other. We've been treated unfairly. Literature basically highlights that, or it basically says we do not have to, we just have to make sure we do the initial contact, which is the initial ID, and they fail on that, that's the.
I guess I'm
that's the
trying to
feeling.
determine what's reasonable, what's, what makes sense. You're saying the system you have is the only thing you can do.
Well, this is why I'm pointing out from, I'm being a little bit legalistic pointed, and I apologize if it's coming off that way, but basically what Richardson speaks to, Roman speaks to is the assessor's duty is to prove a failure, and the assessor's duty is to ensure that there is no abuse of authority in context with that failure. So, once that failure is proven, it's mandatory, the tribunal shall, and that's the exact wording, shall grant the non-compliance. Now, that's a board revision and at the municipal board level. So that's, we name it, lawyers, and maybe going through every point for point. My point is, we're asking for information that we need to do our model work, our field assessment work. This is not something that should be contemplated being abuse of authority. We need that stall rate. I mean, you take the exact same instance against any other property type class in the city, we would never be telling apartment owner, well, you didn't report your rental unit rate. You would obviously get the non-compliance on that, or your office building, you reported, you report what the rate was leasing out for, you reported the global take, but not what they're individually. You wouldn't be having this discussion.
I guess another way to ask this question is, you're saying very clearly that we don't have a choice as a board.
The legal wording is mandatory.
Well, now, why don't you have that authority? I mean,
Why don't I have the authority to contact? Maybe we're not hearing that in the right context. Why don't I have?
the authority to declare it non-compliant?
You mean why we're just one part of the panel has to make that decision. I don't have the authority to grant anything here or apply anything here,
But the panel does.
But
And the panel has has a right to make a decision.
Yeah, and the panel has to determine 2 points. Is there a point of failure? Did we ask for something? Did they get it? Is the appropriate person responsible? Is there possession and control? And if all that lines up,
But there's also the other thing, that's what's fair and equitable. That's sort of like the general law, you know, what
is it fair and equitable that all the other property type class owners have to report their rental information and this particular property type class doesn't?
I don't think it's that cut and dry.
I've reviewed numerous parking income statements which leave this information out. So, and
Do you
there's
have any-
only a handful of parking operators that run the cities.
Do you have any questions for Mr. Navarro in his evidence? Ms. McFadden?
One question. You provided us with information for the previous 5 years that show that this is the information that's been provided. The owner has never been, this has never been raised before.
It's never been raised.
And I just want to point out, so we're clear, if you look at his submission, one was, like I pointed out from Richardson in reference to doing this, just because it wasn't asked for in the previous cycle doesn't mean it can't be asked for again. Ms. Chorchum, who's retired now, had it in one cycle. She didn't ask for non-compliance. I actually had it in the 17 supplemental. I didn't ask for non-compliance. If you look at the picture, that's because the actual parcel changed, it was subdivided. So when we were asking for information, it was from this parcel. When you change the roll number, it no longer is the same parcel, legally it is not the same parcel.
Sorry, but what are you looking at?
This was
Which-
what.
No, which document?
This is
Yeah.
the submission of the rebuttal document for.
Okay, on page,
So I handled the submittal, I handled the, excuse me, I handled the supplemental assessment for 17. What they actually did was subdivide this corner lot here, this north half of the property, and they built a multifamily complex on it. It's legally a different parcel. It's legally a separate piece of land. So we were requesting an ID from this, we were doing a supplemental for that. There's no time to non-compliance there, it's legally a separate piece of property, so I could not ask for it.
However, the question still remains the same, is that there was a parking stall change because of that subdivision. However, they still didn't provide the rates at that time. So they were consistent throughout the years in not providing that information. Again, this goes to this question of natural law.
okay, let's just
Yeah.
answer
Yeah.
Ms. McFadden's question.
Hopefully I-
Additional questions?
Just to the assessor, so it is identified that way though
Yeah.
in the
But
2016.
just to be clear, it is a different legal piece of land. It's a different parcel from what I was dealing with in the 17 appeal, from what we're dealing with now. The INE was requested to the piece of land that was not subdivided yet. I was dealing with this subdivided piece of land. So it's a separate legal piece.
Okay, thank you.
And I have no questions. Therefore, we will adjourn. Do you, two of you would like to go for a little stroll and
Yeah.
we'll have our discussion in here? All right. We have considered your information and will not be applying the request for the non-compliance. So Mr. Poole, could you carry on?
I'll just review. File number is 193564, roll number is 130990699130. Address is 90 Market. The roll year is 2020, and the assessment value is $3,495,000. The building was originally built in 1951. We have an effective age of 1977. The gross floor area is 17,280 square feet. We have a leasable area of 14,759. There's 44 outdoor parking stalls. If you look on page 12. Highlighted in red is the subject property. Again, parking stalls. And you can see on page 13 is the aerial photo. It's a one-story building. So if you look at the I&E is on page 14, starting at 14. There's 6 tenants, 2.3% vacancy. The total useful area of the airport is 14,415. If you look on the following page, primarily semi-gross, with the owner occupying unit 1C, and the rest of them being leased out. So, at this point, I will be going to market. What market value is. I looked at it 2 different ways, given the building being an older building. We looked at rent comparables, or OFS comparables for smaller space CRUs in and around the city. A number of them are downtown. We have 141,551 square feet being leased out at an average of $14.06, weighted average of $13.86, and median of $13.75. So again, a very tight range, which indicates a very good result. No significant outliers. So if we look at the next page over, which is OFD stock in downtown, again, we're looking at the tendency that we're looking in this building here. So these are older stock, again, with some renovated properties that would have to be at that age. We have a weighted average of 269,911 square feet of $11.40. An average of $11.40, weighted average of $12.70, and a median of $11. Our parking comparables for the Exchange District, stabilized, range from $90 a stall up into your typical $140, $150 a stall. And the next page over is our income streams. For the 44 stalls, we have our market rent for the area at $103.50 net per stall. We have a net operating income of $54,648, capped at 4.5%, gives us our $1,214,000. On the following page for the office portion of the income stream, we have an average of $11.60 a square foot for the 14,758 square feet. We have a difference in area from what we reported because the CRU that is shown on I&E, the owner doesn't report their area. So it's just not blank. So we actually checked back to what we have, 14,758 square feet is correct. So based on that, we have a potential gross rent of $171,175. And our standard parameters apply at 5% for vacancy, gives us an effective gross income of $161,760. Expenses at 2%, shortfall at $7, gives us a net operating income of $152,843. Our cap rate is 6.7, so our capitalized value around it is $2,280,000. On the following page is a summary of both income streams, which is $3,495,000. So, based on our market approach, we think that market value at $3,495,000 is reasonable and should be maintained.
Questions, Mr. Navarro?
Yes. The discrepancy in the size of the office area, can you explain why there is a discrepancy between what the owner has listed versus what you have listed?
If you look at the owner, they're not reporting any area, just because it's owner occupied, doesn't mean that there's no area.
Okay, so there is an adjustment to be made there.
It's just the area.
Okay.
It's owner occupied, there's no leasable area, sometimes they fill it out as non-leasable.
And this office building is located in the Exchange District, okay?
Yes.
Okay, and you've used a combination, you've noted the combination of OFS rents and OFD rents, correct? So the next question is why is the vacancy and the capitalization rate reflective of office buildings in the suburban areas?
What, I see what you're saying. Our OFS puck, we don't have, this has come up before in a appeal with Altus and other agents. Our OFS, meaning office, suburban, we also include that of downtown. We don't have, OFS is typically 3 stories, but no more than 3 stories. Once it goes to 4 stories, it'd be converted to an OFB. This case here, our OFS would be indicative of the downtown area. I think that's just the way we internally plug it. We just internally plug it and
Okay.
automatically think that an OFS downtown shouldn't get the same
Right.
outside of downtown.
Now,
It's just
I look at the office vacancy and I went through your guidelines for this reassessment. And it lists the vacancy for OFS, which I assume includes suburban offices also at 5.5. Now, when I look at the vacancy for your A class, B class, C class, D class, there's quite a significant difference there. So this property would be competing with properties in the downtown, would it not?
OFC, OFD,
OFC, OFD.
I don't think this property here would be competing against an OFD or an OFA, if that's true.
Okay, no, but what I am saying is it would be competing with OFC and OFD, so why is the vacancy not reflective of those property types that are in the downtown? Because 5.5 is not found in the downtown,
Yeah, but
for any property type almost.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna get, one second here. All our OFSs are treated the same as far as OFS suburban, that's how you wanna interpret, we inclusive that in downtown as well. Again, that's just an internal coding, but I mean, if you're looking at, why would we not give it a larger vacancy? Well, shouldn't you be considering how the property is performing in relation to other properties as well? If something that doesn't have any vacancy issue that I see sitting on the edge of the preference state, it's at 2.3%. We're seeing 5.5.
So when I make a similar point about a property and its actual vacancy, your response or the assessor's response is always that we look at the fee simple interest, so we're valuing this at market. So would you not then look at the market?
And in downtown, in the NCs, I'm sure you're sure the NCs here, but the NCs for downtown, we would have used the same vacancy rates.
Okay, but there is nothing in the downtown for office that is as low as 5.5.
There's not that many OFSs down in New
I understand that you classified it as an
The
OFS,
stock of
but that's how
OFSs.
you classified it. It's not it's not actually representative of what's actually happening in the market. You could call it an OFO. It doesn't matter.
What you're saying is you're throwing out the property type classes that we're using and just putting whatever vacancy you feel is.
I've looked at it from the perspective of an OFC. That's what I said, based on the age. It didn't warrant an OFD because it simply wasn't old enough. Now, when I look at the OFC classification in the downtown and I look at the vacancy is 10.5. And again, I can look at the B and look at the A, and it's still not as low as 5.5.
But that would also
So-
be attributed to a completely different market. I don't think anyone is going to be paying $17 to $20 net a square foot triple this building here. So I don't think you should be looking at
So
A's.
again, we're looking at OFC, OFD, where the vacancy is between 10.5 and 14%. Again, that's a far cry from 5.5.
If you're asking should it be considered at a 14% vacancy, that's your position.
Okay, that's, Those are my questions.
Mr. Swatsky.
No questions.
Ms. McFadden.
This has an effective age of 1977,
Yeah.
and that's the explanation for the significantly lower cap than what we've looked at previously in this area.
Yeah.
7 to 8, 7.8,
Cap.
for example.
Yeah, age of the property would be a significant factor in cap, but I mean, there's other aspects, but granted, the age would be.
Well, considering the similarity in the location with the last two properties, then age is probably the
Yeah.
most. Okay.
Yeah, it's built in 1951 and it's a 77, the other one was, I think, 1900, if I'm not mistaken.
And the basis for you made changing the age to, effective age to 1977 is what?
I didn't go back that far, I'll be honest, I didn't go back that far as what the effective age increase driver was.
Okay.
That's just what we had on file.
All right, thank you.
The leasable area is 14,759, gross is 17,280. So about 17% is not leasable in this building. Is that typical?
That's good.
That's good.
85% leasable efficiency
That's
or
good.
for a building this age, that's good.
Okay. That's all my questions. Mr. Navarro.
Yeah. If you turn to page 1 of my brief, you can see a picture of it. This is a very basic building. Brick, not much to it. On page 2, you can see the overhead of it. In terms of the rent that we've applied to it, we've applied the same rent, $11.60. In terms of the vacancy, this is where our argument starts. So we've looked at this property and we've typed it as an OFC building. Based on the age, based on the location, we think that parameter would fit. We looked at the vacancy, the market vacancy for OFC in the income evaluation guidelines that the city produces. The standard market vacancy for this is 10.5. That's why we put 10.5. Again, 5.5 in terms of vacancy for any office building in the downtown. That is not a market vacancy that is seen in the downtown. Maybe in suburban areas, but not in the downtown. In terms of unrecovered expenses, again, we've stuck with our unrecovered expenses of 7%. Shortfall rate, we've used a shortfall of $850. And the capitalization rate, if you look at the chart on page 10, the office vacancy for OFC is 7.50 to 8%. We've gone with a capitalization rate of 7.50 on this. In terms of the overall value, I would have to calculate, because I don't know if you want to give me a few minutes to calculate it,
Certainly.
or, okay.
Take your time.
Okay. Do you want to?
Want to take a break for it?
Sure.
Okay, do you need to call it in, Tom?
We will resume with your recalculation.
Okay, so, using an $11.60 per square foot rate for the rent, and working that into 14,758 square feet, that gives us an income of $171,193. Now, with a 10.5% vacancy rate, that is $17,975. Non-recoverables.
Sorry, what's that figure?
$17,975. Non-recoverables of $11,984, and again, that is based on 7% overall. A shortfall amount of $13,172. gives us a net operating income of $128,062. Now, if we work the capitalization rate of 7.5 into that, that is $1,707,493. Now, for the parking, we have 44 stalls at $195 per month. Now, that gives us an income of $102,960, but net, that gives us a net of $56,628. So that is,
56,628?
that's net, yes. And we've applied the same capitalization rate again with this building, 755,040. That gives us a combined income of $2,462,533, or $2,463,000 rounded.
Sorry, can you go back one step? The amount for the parking alone was?
The amount for the parking alone was $755,040.
Okay. And then the combined?
The combined is $2,462,533, or $2,463,000 rounded.
Sorry, what was the 750, parking was 755?
$755,040.
Thank you. So total asking of $2,463,000.
Yeah,
Versus 2,439,000.
yes.
Versus 2,281. Okay, that's the city's.
Yeah, this is his.
That's the total.
Yeah, that was his total, 2,439,242.
Right,
His total now, recalculated,
right.
is 2,462,533, slightly higher.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. That's because of that small size variation.
Right.
In
Sorry,
the,
Mark.
yeah.
Okay.
I keep reading the wrong place here.
That is my presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Cole?
Aside from the non-recoverable 5% in or out, before we discuss that, the only other parameters that you have an issue with are the vacancy, which are you're taking at 10.5%, and the blended of cap, matched the cap rate. That's all the questions now.
Mr. Swansky?
No questions.
Mr. Fett?
Just to be clear, your vacancy at 10.5 is not based on an actual, it's based on what you've seen in the market. Is that what you presented?
We typically never go with actual
Okay.
vacancy unless
All right.
there is a concern on our side that the vacancy is not, that the market vacancy is actually not reflecting some
Right.
some parameter that is not being captured by the market. But typically, we would go with a market vacancy.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions. That was 90 Market, now we have 161 Portage Avenue East.
I'll be making a recommendation on this. File number is 193718. Roll number is 1306062710. Civic address is 161 Portage Avenue East. The 2020 assessment was for $11,852,000. I'm making a reduction down to $9,610,000. That is based on a $13.50 rent and a 15% vacancy. So,
Number again, 9 million.
9610000.
acceptable to you?
Yes, typically with these situations, what we'll do is we'll accept that end value of $9,610,000.
Okay, any questions at all? Panel members, any questions? No? Okay. In that case, we will move along. The last one on the docket being 180 King Street. The famous 180 King Street?
No.
No, not that one?
No, this. Why, that would be famous.
The old Chinese Cultural Center.
Oh, I thought you meant the parquet.
Snafu.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, yes, that one. I guess I haven't seen it from a different perspective.
Ground level.
Um, File number 191883. Roll number is 1309603930. Address is 180 King Street. We go here down, it was built in 1987. It's, obviously it's a dynasty building. We have a leasable area of 2,780. 748 square feet. There's a single floor on the property. It's not the entire building, obviously. We go through here. Page 9 is an aerial photograph of the, or aerial photo of the property. We all know the dynasty building, I'm sure. Obviously, again, it's one floor in there. On page 11 is the ID that's filled out. So maybe areas reported, everything reported properly. And I apologize, not that they didn't report the area here. I think it was just a scanning issue. I don't really see anything on the ID as far as there. It's just the second floor. So we go back to our market parameters. We have it categorized as an OFC. It's on page 3. It's actually leased in the building at highlighted in yellow at 180 King for $9. We have an average of $11.43 a square foot, a weighted average of $11.99, and a median of $11.50. So again, analysis indicates it's a very good tight analysis. 62%, page 4, page 62 of the Johnson report is the UFC marketplace. They're reporting approximately 10% for vacancy of what they do, and the rent there averages, as you can see, yellow. We have in this particular property here lower than market rent. We have for 10,748 square feet, $6.89 a square foot. That produces a potential revenue of $74,054. Our standard parameters apply to that, and 10.5% gives us an EGI of 66,278. Expenses at 2% and shortfall at 850 gives us a net operating income of $55,359. Capped at 8.65% gives us a value of $640,000. So, this property is owned by Hobbins and it's leased out to the Chinese, Winnipeg Chinese Cultural and Community Center Corporation. It's a sublease, so we have it in at the door rate that would typically be for market overseas.
assessment.
Do we have any questions? Do we have any sneezes? Questions? No questions?
I have no questions.
All right.
Just one basic question, that is, why are we dealing with just one floor?
It's how the building's set up, it's one roll number. So it's just the way that, the basement, part A, for example, then there's other separate roll numbers, so just the way the building's set up.
Do you know how that was set up in the first place?
I think it was, I mean, I'm assuming it was all different levels of government, city, province.
A matter of convenience because of the ownership structure?
I believe that's how the building was built, like funded-wise, like it was its own thing.
And Mr. Navarro, you will not be presenting any evidence. Okay. That is a wrap then. Thank you very much.
Yeah.